Let's employ more women in our architecture firms. Let's have more women on construction sites. Let's look at their security aspects. Let's look at the issues that stop them from being around. I think we're clearly past that age where someone says, no to you in a certain way, but of course, there are cultural angles that come in or social angles that come in, that there is a silent no that stops you, but the idea is to question that and to get more people to fight that with us.
My family on the outside are like very forward-thinking people, very modern Indians. I have a brother, so they believe in bringing both kids up with equal opportunities. But I wouldn't blame them. They are from a different generation, so they still have the very traditional ideas of the role of a woman. Having said that, my parents are like my biggest support. They've funded my entire education. They continue to support everything that I do, that Mason Singh does. They finally accepted that, I think, but they're still really worried that I'm a single woman at 35, unmarried and way past her expiry date. For architects, a lot is about who you're servicing and who your clients are. And we were really lucky to find someone like Thomas who was, had the same kind of frame of mind. It's always really lovely to come back here, as you can feel the vibe and the energy is very different. And it's almost as a philosophy, right? When you use materials that are kind, even the space kind of reflects that.
From a construction perspective, I would say that we have almost 100% stuck to sustainable practices. Two factors. One is lowest possible cost and lowest possible impact on our environment. If you look at the we have used, all of them are recycled. I don't think a single tree was cut construction of this.
Started our firm in 2013, so we were quite young into the profession, and I think it was a leap of faith from a too young girl to just about enough to build a house, I think.
Now we are a fully certified organic farm.
Lovely, okay.
Growing aromatic and medicinal plants.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to know that both the global north and south have similar things that we can work on, which is not common understanding. People think that we're very different. But every year we have very clear goals on how to be more inclusive and how to bring the idea of cultural heritage and the importance of it in climate action to the forefront.
What is really exciting is that people more and more are seeing the importance of integration of culture, and not just looking at culture as an aesthetic overlay, rather kind of integrating that into policy and seeing that culture can definitely be used as a tool to mitigate climate change, and an effective tool to mitigate climate change.
It's tempting to say I'm going to get rid of my pain by going on a shopping spree, and I did it. It didn't help. We can shut ourselves off and harden ourselves, but there's a beauty to keeping it all open, and the earth inspires that. And I would definitely tell people to try it. It may sound challenging. Try it at some small level. You will see that it's healing, and take the plunge.
As women, people are not really expecting you to move mountains. So when you do move a mountain, it does create a buzz. So the fact that there's no expectation is great, and you can do what you want.
To all the women who are watching, no matter where you are, and no matter what your profession is, no matter if you're at home, I think in the whole view of climate action and being more responsible, I think the idea is to just each of us to do our own little part, to keep going. And I'd love to see more women here next time, and more women architects and more women everywhere. The future is female. He's still posing.
Yeah.
Our collective greed consistently collapses our national grid as we end up as a nation with fairly used darkness for sale. For years, we debated the removal of fuel subsidy, claiming that it will encourage investment in our energy sector as our grid collapses our refineries. Today, we don't remove them, and we are still waiting for the investment. Also, for years, our leaders' greed and lack of foresight crumbled our local currency, and subsidizing it became a bazaar for some people in central banks like Emefiele. Today, we are floated in Naira, and for a supposedly rich country like Nigeria, the hardship no dey float as is solid gone. Despite vociferously criticizing the removal of subsidy on petroleum products in 2012, upon inauguration and without a well-thought-out plan, President Tinubu yanked off subsidy and floated the local currency. The adverse effects and attendant suffering of the everyday Nigeria as a result of this good but unplanned policy is unprecedented in the history of Nigeria. The government is now running from pillar to post looking for solution. They shared rice as palliative. Yes, nobody see the rice. Price of essential goods are beyond the reach as even government is making more money to share to states and local government. They tell us they are making more money. And yet the governors are allegedly speculating on the price of forex as they hurriedly convert their allocation to dollar. To the extent that the currency that was selling at 250 naira to a dollar in 2015, when APC came on board, is now being celebrated at 1,300 naira to a dollar. But I hope so the person who cost Nigeria never die. So because you need to reverse this course. While the everyday people are told to bear the hardship of subsidy removal, the government is spending billions every day subsidizing their own pocket and buying vehicles for president, vice president, ministers, first lady, second lady, third lady, fourth lady, and even girlfriends and members of National Assembly, spending billions on constituency projects. Why subsidy is not good for the common man? The common man end up subsidizing the lifestyle of those in government. What an irony. Somebody came to beg you to serve you and you end up serving your servants. Even though we are yet to see the goods in the removal of subsidy from petroleum product, a nation blessed with crude oil, when they import finished product, they have come with another magic wand again called electricity cost reflective. According to them, cost reflective electricity tariff is a way of reducing government spending on electricity and encourage private investment. Consequently, with immediate effect and automatic alacrity, and without compliance with the provisions of Section 1162D of the Electricity Act 2023, government increased electricity tariff by 235% to reflect costs. Yet, our governance is not service-reflective governance. And even the electricity itself, not the service-reflective, as people are just paying more money for fairly used darkness, if you get my drift. Under the new tariff plan, 24 hours of electricity per day will cost 5,400 naira. And if you put the mass together, that will be 162,000 naira a month. And that will amount to 1,971,000 naira a year. Okay, electricity in my country is not for the poor. But I want to ask, what if you are on band A and you are paying that much to get light and you can't get light? Your band go use darkness, play disco with that too. Even the cost of diesel and fuel are not smiling. If our electricity problem in Nigeria, is it lack of money really, or sheer incompetence, greed, or lack of well-thought-out policy? So let's look at the statistics. Between 1999 and 2015, records available shows that Nigeria spent 2.74 trillion on electricity, darkness. I don't even know if we still remember the Undudi Elumelu power probe, where people were awarded contract without companies that were registered during Obasanjo's administration, where they spent 16 billion naira then buying darkness. People just whacked the money without traces and nobody was punished. Yet we don't see light as importation of generators increased. Recently, according to World Bank report, between 2018 to 2020, we spent another 1.7 trillion on electricity, yet close to 43% of our population are not connected to the national grid. Even as we are discussing the increment now, from 68 naira per kilowatt to 225 naira, nobody is even talking about those on estimated billing. Some of them are paid for prepaid meter, but can't get it due to no fault of theirs. The same government that is struggling to share palliative and confused, and the palliative does not get to those people that they are meant for. I wonder if they understand the long-term implication of this decision. an increase in the price of electricity for those in band A will end up being paid for by those in band C or D or Z, as the manufacturers in this area will naturally push their cost back to the consumer. And even as we speak now, the Lagos State Judiciary is already charging 30,000 naira per session for virtual hearing to augment the price of diesel, even though the price of data no increase. And trust me, as lawyers go add the costs, add small on top of the cost, and push it down to the client. And with the way things are going in Nigeria, Nigerians, I'm just telling you now, it's NYSC for everybody. Now your suffering continue. Anyway, Tinubu don't first tell us saying he will continue in Buhari's Shege policy. Just that we didn't know he was going to double it. And if you allow this government, if he even remove subsidy from the air, where would they breathe? I will therefore advocate, while it is good to have cost-reflective prices, it is better to have service-reflective governance and service-reflective cost. People should not be charged exorbitant and exploitative rate for darkness. There is need for a proper investment in power sector before we begin to talk about price reflecting the cost, especially given the fact that the poverty rate in Nigeria today is optimally high as a result of all of this government policy. While it is also good to remove subsidy for petroleum product, we should also stop subsidizing public offices. The cost of entertainment at the presidential villa alone is enough to provide uninterrupted electricity to local government in Nigeria. Not to mention the cost of vehicles, private jets, travel, private utilities, and other protocol expenses in and out of government. Look at the cost we are spending on subsidizing Hajj, and yet we don't have primary schools. If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, and the reason for the hardship is for a better future, government needs to ensure that people are alive to reap the future. Well, make we hang on there as we await your comment and contribution on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Feel free to share if you agree, and even if you disagree. Sharing will not stop your disagreement. Still share. Well, as an aside, police say Bobrisky is a cross-dresser and not promoting gay, contrary to the provision of Same-Sex Marriage Act. Yet EFCC arrests the same Bobrisky. They put her for female cell. Anyway, I didn't say it is a contradiction. You know what to call it. See you next week.
Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have barricaded the Abuja residence of Yaya Bello, former governor of Kogi State. The anti-graft agency has restricted movement in and around the house situated on Benghazi Street, Wuse Zone 4 in Abuja. The development comes about a month after the EFCC named Bello in an amended money laundering charge filed against Ali Bello, Chief of Staff to Usman Ododo, the governor of Kogi State. The Adamawa State government has urged parents and guardians to support the Governor Amadu Rufintri-led administration in tackling cases of insecurity in the state. Addressing journalists in Yolo on Tuesday, the Adamawa Deputy Governor Kalepa Faruta George said the government was working to deal with the security issues arising from the nefarious activities of youth using dangerous weapons to dispose residents of their valuables. The government said that this had become imperative following the upsurge in attacks carried out by armed youth gangs in the state, popularly called Sheila Boys. And in Oyo State, the police have arraigned 29 suspects for invading the state government secretariat. The suspects were arraigned on Wednesday at the Chief Magistrate Court in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. They were arraigned on 7-count charge bordering on treasonable felony, unlawful society, illegal possession of firearms, and conduct likely to cause breach of peace in the state. The Naira recorded a marginal depreciation against the dollar in the foreign exchange market for the first time since March 2024 amid the decline of FX reserves in the country. FMDQ data showed that the naira dropped after months of stability to 1,148 naira 14 kobo per dollar on Tuesday from 1,136 naira 04 kobo on Monday. This represents a 12% recorded on Monday. On the foreign scene, inflation in South Africa eased for the first time this year in March, dropping 0.3 percentage points to 5.3%, according to official data on Wednesday, ahead of general elections in May. According to the National Statistics Agency, following a 2-month upswing, the decrease helped keep the rate within the central bank's official target range. The economy is among voters' main concerns as South Africans head to the poll on May 29th amid high unemployment, poverty, and sluggish growth. On the foreign scene, Greece's largest union on Wednesday staged a 24-hour walkout that hits public transport and ferry services to the island. The General Confederation of Greek Workers called a strike to protest the high cost of living and demand higher wages and restoration of collective bargaining. This was the second such strike in 6 months, with social discontent against the conservative government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis mounting less than a year after the re-election of his New Democracy Party. And on sports, Nigeria Premier Football League leaders Enugu Rangers retained top spot on the log after edging Abia Warriors 3-2 in Tuesday's matchday 30 Oriental Derby at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu. By that result, the 7-time Nigerian champions, who have 54 points, held on to their 3 points lead above champions Enyimba, who also beat relegation Trented Atland 1-0 in another keenly contested fixture in Aba, where Ekene Akwaiz's first half goal made a difference for Finidi George's side. And that's it on the newsroom at this time. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. Bye for now.
That was a very good business. Yeah. The furniture you brought was very perfect.
That's how we roll.
Because let me do you receipts.
Yeah. How much was it again?
1 million naira.
Okay, write 2.5.
Mbano. The deal was for 1 million naira now.
Okay, write 3 million. I'll give you 500.
Oh no, I don't do business like that now. Yeah.
That can give.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it's very, in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting episode of E360, a program that touches various aspects of entertainment ranging from dance, food, fashion, movies, and the like. I, Chidi, remain your host, thrilling you all the way with exciting topics. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Now in the studio with me is somebody you may know. Well, let me not bring the cat out of the bag now. Just watch and see.
Princess Obuse is a trained screen and stage actor, a commercial model, and athlete. She began her career in the entertainment industry professionally in 2020, featuring in a couple of TV series like She Must Be Obeyed and Wura, to mention a few. Princess has been nominated as the Best Actress with her stellar performance for the role Priska in the short film Ogu, which also won the Audience Choice Awards.
Welcome back. Now you see and agree with me that we have a beauty goddess in the studio with me. Now in the TV series Wura, she was Bosse, and She Must Be Obeyed. She's Sandra. She's also a fitness coach, a model, a dancer. She's one of a kind. In the studio with me is Princess Obuse. Welcome, Princess.
Thank
see
you.
This smile. See this smile. You're welcome, Princess.
Thank you so much.
So, Princess, wow, you're one of a kind. I would have to say it again. I just said that then, but now I'm saying it from my mind.
Okay.
You're one of a kind.
Thank you.
All right. So, let's start with a common question, right? How did you start up? When and where did you discover the arts? The passion to go into the arts.
The passion to go into the arts. Well, I wouldn't particularly say I had the passion since when I was young. Nah. I didn't even like acting. I wasn't a fan of acting. But I think I discovered the passion when I was in uni.
Oh.
When I got into the uni, yeah. I went to study theater arts with the intent of, let me just do it because there really isn't any other thing that interests me. The things that interest me were, when I was young, I said I wanted to be a pilot. But I realized that being a pilot, I need a lot of math and sciences, and I knew that that was not my line. I wasn't inclined towards that. So I just went for theater, but not for the acting. I mean, I said nope, because I didn't just like the narrative of actors and that they painted for actors then. And so I just did it. And the first time I went on stage, I said, okay, I'm actually not as shy as I thought I was. Yes, because I was actually shy, so it didn't even make me like it at all. But when I tried it and I saw that, I think I have this. Okay, I'll put in more effort into it. So that was when I discovered that I liked it, and I would always find myself in different project plays in school. Even as, stressful as it can be, rehearsals and all of that, I still find myself going back to it. So yeah, in uni, that was when I...
Well, now yours is a different story, because most people will be like, when I was young, I discovered one thing, but yours is, what's intriguing about your story is the fact that you do it so well. So you telling me that you discovered in the university, and it's because probably you didn't get piloting, you delved into theater arts. It's like, I'm looking at you and like, sure, you know you whine me. Are you serious? You're not whining me.
I'm not whining.
Well, you do so well. You do so well.
Well, I think it's because it's in the blood.
Okay.
My dad studied theater as well.
Oh.
So yeah, I think it was just there. But I did not just really like it. I was so shy when I was young. I was a shy kid. I still am shy, but I think I'm better off now. I'm better now. So yeah.
All right. You're a thespian, right? Obviously, like you've said. So the first few times you mounted the stage, like to perform theater on stage, I know that it comes with. Okay, to me, let me not say I know. To me, I feel it comes with pressure. But I don't know if you felt that pressure, like, the first time coming on stage and like, you've seen lots of people watching you and you don't know if they'll criticize you and it's like, what is she doing there? What's she doing there? Especially with you that said you started off, in the university. So with the pressure that comes with it, were you pressured?
Well, that pressure is normal.
Okay.
It comes with it. In fact, if you are a newbie, if you're a veteran, you feel that pressure, you feel the nerves before you mount the stage. So it's normal. As an actor, it's a prerogative. Okay. It's bound to happen. But once you step on stage, you get into it and you comport yourself. Yeah, you just sink into it. So far, you're prepared. I mean, you have to be prepared, obviously, because if you're not prepared, you cannot do what you don't know. So you have to be prepared. That nerve, the pressure is very, very normal. But once you step on stage,
it's like something else just comes in and just
there's a spirit to
it overshadows you. Are like, okay, you're there now.
You just have to like get in control of it. You have to get in control of it and calm yourself. And like I said, yes, get in control of it. A lot of eyes, you're seeing eyes, people looking at you. I don't even look into people's eyes. I just
stare into open space.
Yeah, open space or their forehead. So I don't.
Okay, I'm learning a trick. Stare at the forehead. all right. So okay, leads me to another question. When you started, obviously you were in the midst of some veterans already. Did you get starstruck?
Well, so I've really not been the type that gets starstruck. Maybe I shouldn't even call it starstruck. I mean, when I see these people, I'm like, oh, wow. I watched this person on TV while I was young. I saw this person. I always see this person on TV. And then seeing this person now, when I see them, I'm actually calm. My physical reaction is calm, but in my head, mentally, I am dancing. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm here with this person. But it's a different thing when you are working with them, when you're on set with them, you're sharing the screen with them. That one alone can even throw you off. I mean, first few times, it has. It happened 2 times, with 2 different actors. And I just kept on, I was just jittering, forgetting my lines. And I was looking at myself, what's going on? But those actors were actually sweet and kind. They knew, they understood. And they were like, no, just calm down. You'll be fine. So when I noticed that, I realized that, you've got a lot of work to do. I mean, you got to get yourself together. Even if you're not showing it physically, but it's still there. The one from the inside is coming out, is showing up, and you are messing up your lines. So, but now it's better. But yeah, I get not starstruck, but
you are the star girl. You've gone past that. You've gone past that.
No, I have my senior colleagues. So when I see them, I appreciate seeing them. I mean, it's such a good feeling. It's a wholesome feeling.
True. All right. So, do you have a preference when it comes to acting, like acting on stage or like in a film, going on set and stuff?
That. Well, I wouldn't particularly say I have a preference because, excuse me, they both have their advantages. They have their advantages. I started with stage, and stage, there's this presence that you have to have when you're on stage. You have to be present on stage in what you're doing. See, at that point, there's no take 2. You only have 1 shot, and that's it. Only if you have another show, another performance, that's another performance. But right there and then, that is only that is the only shot you've got. So you just have to, it's a one-take thing.
Okay.
But for screen, you can fumble with your lines and say, oh yeah, you want to take this again. Or something can happen, you can cut, have 3-4 takes. But for stage, so that's what I appreciate about stage. And then when I bring that, when I come into screen, it makes me feel like a one-take actor. I'll just bring in that experience into this one. That's how it helps. So that's why I say it works hand in hand. It helps. It's just that you have to tone down your expressions at some point. So that's where the acting for screen comes in, where you have to learn the art of it, because you have to actually tone down some things. You have to reduce some things from coming from stage. But I really love both, actually. I love the two. I like how it works hand in hand.
Okay, because now I see it, because when I watch stage plays, it's like, just like, let me link it to like Indian movies. Indian, it looks like they give too much expressions, especially, not like I'm not downplaying them. It looks like they give too much expression, so it's a stage thing. On stage, you have to give that expression.
Yes, you have to exaggerate your expression so that the people at the back of the theater would see you and know what you're doing, would understand what they have to see you, they have to see what you're doing. But for screen, you just have to minimize it to just the frame of the camera.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. I just know now, but I just knew that there was a difference in
yes,
it. All right.
there's a difference.
Okay, would you consider, I don't know if you have an acting role model, but would you consider your role model, and why, if you have one?
So, about that, I wouldn't particularly say I have one role model. If it's to mention names, I'll start mentioning names. So the thing is, I personally, as an actor, I pick from people.
Okay.
Acting gives you the ability to observe, to watch, and take from people. I don't want to use the word steal. So you take from people, you pick from people. You have to be calm. You have to observe. So that's how I am. When I see people, when I see my senior colleagues, the veterans, and I look at them, I say, oh, wow, okay, I watch this person. I like this. This is really good. So when I have this character to play, I can actually pick this. Nice. So I have a lot of people. So I watch people. I won't particularly say I have one person that I want to be like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fine. All right, guys, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Mama, you don't need to complain. I already said I'll send you 100K.
That is what I am saying. How can she buy 2 bags of groceries for 100,000 naira?
Mama, but you know how the economy is, I even added extra money to get those 2 bags. Extra money, my money.
Which economy? Is a lie.
You know what? It's fine, Mama. I'll send you 100K for the next groceries. After all, I'm sending through Transfago, and you know they're very reliable, fast, and your money arrives in less than 30 minutes from the UK.
Bam! That is my son. You will see how many bags I will bring in this house.
A few moments later.
Handicap.
Mama, welcome. Where are all the bags now?
My dear, things are hard.
Welcome back. Now, in case you're just joining us, with me in the studio is the dynamic screen goddess, as you have seen, or if you've not seen, you will be seeing, Princess Obuse. And she has been telling us about her movie journey. Now, Princess.
Yeah.
So, what technique do you use to put yourself in character, make believe character, like you're given a character? Do you have a particular technique you put in place to deliver?
Well, like I said earlier, I pick from people. So I watch people. I see how they act. So it's not just actors that I watch normal people, everybody. You can learn, you can pick anything from anybody, even a child. So, and I have one saying that you don't stop learning, you keep learning, you learn every day, you can learn from anybody. So that is the narrative I followed, and that's how I do it. So when I have a character, I try to compare that. Have I ever met this kind of character before, or had an interaction or anything, or been this character before? So that's how I channel it. So if I have people that, okay, I like that, I watch them closely. And if I know that I don't have any, I've never actually had any experience about this kind of character, that's why I read. Okay. That's why as actors we should read. We need to be vast.
Read a lot.
Yes, you need to read so that you would know more about other characters that you have not even you've not even experienced before, you've not even met. So when I have that, I have something that I can imagine. When I read, I have something I can imagine and just put down. So that's how I pretty much get into it.
Okay, another thing I really noticed, you have an awesome physique.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have an awesome physique. So you put so much in working out. So have you thought of, our style of movie, if I'm wrong you tell me, because you're the, our style of movie is home video, and I think maybe home video has to do with, it's not like the American films where you see them kicky and jumpy and, stuff like that, yeah? So with your fitness programs, and I watched it and I'm like, I see Princess, not gonna beat me one day, but that's by the way, you won't do that. So when I see them, I'm like, have you ever thought of incorporating it into, our kind of movies? Like, are there opportunities to incorporate, that physicality in our kind of movies? And is this something you see yourself doing?
Well, yes, definitely. I mean, that is the goal. And I want to correct something. You said that movies, we do more of home videos, that's drama and all of that. I stand to correct you that Nollywood.
Corrected.
Nollywood. Corrected. Is a banger. Like, we're getting there.
Okay.
We are getting there. Haven't you seen the action films that we've done?
I've seen some. Like
there are some that are about coming out, and it's going to blow your mind, I tell you. So yes, and as a human being, you should like take fitness seriously. Aside being an actor, that, and then too for the craft. I just thought about it. Okay, so when I thought about this acting thing, okay, I think I'm quite good at it. So coming into the industry now, how can I be unique? How can I stand out? Not just doing the normal thing, what everybody is doing. So I thought about it. Okay, I like physical because I'm a sport person. So I said, okay, let me put my physicality into use. Let me not just waste I like to be extra physical. Let me start going to the gym, working out. Okay, I can learn combat skills.
Okay.
That can help me in my career. I mean, I don't have to wait for them to bring the action film. Let me be prepared for it. Let me build myself and at least have an idea of it so that when it comes, I would not be strange. It won't be strange to me. And that was what I did. I got, I went ahead to get a coach. So he coached me in martial arts. Yes, and
what belts? What belts?
Well, I didn't. The lowest belt.
Okay.
But I mean, I kid you not, it really helped me because when an opportunity came for something like that, I was shocked as well that, oh wow, in Nigeria, and I got in because I already have an idea about these things. So I was so proud of myself when I got that gig. I was so proud of it. Oh wow, yes, that's something. I did that. I invested in myself because I paid the coach. It was a lot, and that was when I thought about it, that I have to take my fitness seriously. And so after then, I've been taking my fitness seriously.
Yeah, I actually like it, and I want to see more movies. I want you to be.
No, don't worry.
You know now. I'll root for you.
Just keep calm.
I'm calm. Any day. So, from a general point of view, as a rising artist in the Nollywood, how has it been?
Well, it's been pretty good. I'm not even going to lie, and I'm not going to say I have had it easy, but I've got God's grace, so that, and then I still put in the work as well. I'm prepared for it. So there are challenges here where you have to wait, you hear a lot of no's, you hear a lot of, oh, get back to you, and they're not getting back, no's, you say weeks, months, not working. You have to, and this is where that fitness comes in again. You just have to be sane, because you cannot be normal. Getting those rejections all the time and it's because we are still, I'm still a newbie in the industry, so things like this are bound to happen. So I'm kind of like prepared for it, and that's why I have the gym, I have dance on the other side just to keep my body and soul together so I don't lose it, because the country alone is enough to.
Oh man, I can imagine. I can imagine. So the dance, yoga, everything in place.
Yes, I just do all of those to keep my mind sane.
Yeah, mental health.
Yes.
I was talking to someone, and the issue of mental health. Each day when I have conversations, with people like you, I see how important it is. How important it is, because from the discussions we've had, I can imagine you playing one role and you're sober, and you're very, very sober. How do you come out of it? I can see another role, you're happy. How do you come out of it? And we're talking before now, and I was telling you, I was telling you, like, there was this role, and guess I've actually worked with her before. So I'm saying this now because I want to bring something. Yeah. This, the movie the movie I'm talking about. I'm talking about Ugu, and from a distance, I saw you, and I felt pity for you. Honestly, that's the word I'll use. I felt pity for you, because you were going through a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
The character was going through.
You were going through a lot, and I was like, this is a movie now. In my head, I'm like,
I know.
Come on, of it.
That's the thing. A layman will just see it as, you want to kill yourself. But I mean, I have to be in it. I have to be present in it. I have to feel what the character is feeling. I have to go through what the character is going through. I have to be in the character's head. So that was what was happening. I've never had such experience before, where I see a large amount of money, and then I decide whether to pick, or my mom is so sick. I've never had that kind of experience before, but I just had to channel it. I had to put myself in. It's a lot of work, and it took a lot of work to get out of it as well.
All right. So we'll be going on a short break, right? We'll be back. Welcome back. Now, before I have one question to ask you before we play our game. So, what should fans like me and us out there expect from Stargirl Princess?
Well, guys, are you prepared? It's about to be showtime. It's about to be princess season. Expect something big. It's about to be my time. My time is
now. Now. So I like that thing. No, let's do it again. My time is now. I like that. All right, Princess. So, ready for the game?
Yes, I am.
Punch.
Oh my God.
All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Ready? Breathe. All right, let's go. Where's Princess from?
Delta.
Your favorite actor of all time?
Meryl Streep.
Okay. What's your favorite gym routine?
Legs.
Happiest moment?
At the gym.
What won't you be caught doing?
Stealing.
Stealing, all right. Your favorite city?
My favorite city?
Yeah.
Ibadan, New York.
Ibadan, New York. Okay. All right. Your kind of guy?
Tall, dark skin, brown skin.
Okay. Your favorite color?
Peach.
What's top on your bucket list?
You see that jumping off the helicopter?
Helicopter, that's it.
Yes, I want to try.
I'm scared.
I want to really try that.
All right. Okay. Your childhood hero?
Hero. I can't think of that right now.
You can think Superman, Spider-Man,
Batman. Okay.
Catwoman.
It's got to be Superman.
It's got to be Superman, yes. Right? Superman, okay.
But I really liked Spider-Man then. Spider-Man. Yeah, that.
And the physics brings with the whole thing, like. All right, guys. It's been a pleasure having you, Princess. It's been a pleasure. I enjoyed my time.
Same.
Hope you did too.
Of course, I definitely had as well.
All right, guys. We've come to the end of this episode of E360. Until next week, stay jiggy.
My name is Bintu Saluhu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "Pa, I would like to paint." I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a side. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not to do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many media.
Hello and welcome. The measures taken by the Central Bank of Nigeria to stabilize the exchange rate and prop up the value of the naira are yielding positive results. In the last 1 month or so, the naira has steadily appreciated against the dollar, regaining over 40% of its value, from about 1,900 to the dollar to about 1,200 to the dollar at the moment. And in fact, the naira is still gaining ground. The Apex Bank has now announced another measure also aimed at improving forex liquidity. It's directed all banks in the country to halt the use of foreign currency denominated collaterals for naira loans. However, the Apex Bank listed 2 exceptions to the rule as foreign currency collateral, which are euro bonds issued by the federal government or guarantees of foreign banks, including standby letters of credit now. This means that other than the exception now, the Apex Bank laid down now, all loans now backed by dollar-denominated collaterals must be wound down within 90 days. If they are not, the Apex Bank says the exposure will be risk-weighted 150% when calculating the capital adequacy ratio and may face further regulatory penalties. Let's discuss this some more now. I'm being joined on the program by Professor Ken Ife, who is a financial expert and the lead consultant on private sector development to the ECOWAS Commission. Thank you very much, Prof, for joining us on the program. Let us look at this latest measure now taken by the central bank. Just how important is it, and how can it help the value of the naira to continue to go up?
No, it will help without a doubt, just as much as many of the measures being taken in the last 2 months by the Apex Bank. And you will recollect that they have actually switched fundamentally to inflation targeting, which is a different scenario, a different policy environment than what we've been seeing in the past. And they are backing it up by minute-to-minute policies to ensure that they're all hands on deck. First was that they had to increase the dollar supply. Forex is price, and in any price consideration, and a supply perspective. So we know one problem we have in our country, which is the dollarization of the economy, and then they begin to wear those. That the main flash. There is also the second, the impact of insecurity on investment, but not as much the speculation in the economy, because speculation has actually worsened the situation that we have. We are no longer worrying about the value of imports, like over $4 billion requested every month for importing goods. We are more worried about the speculators, the activities of the speculators in the economy. So people are now holding dollar as a store of value and completely undermining naira in the scheme of things. And so the bank started going out for not only the likes of cryptos and Binance, where they say they've transacted over 26 billion, within the system, and then they're also going out for the banks that have over $5 billion in their coffers, and then telling the banks to close their net open position in excess of 20%. So, which means that they recognize that they could well have dollar liabilities, but not to more than 20%. So they have to. Although I would have thought that the bank would have said, sell those to me, those surplus to me, so that I can bring them back into the market. But they allow the banks to dispose, and so they dispose it the way they thought fit, which may well mean to their closer allies, and the story still continues to plague. Now, but also now it has come to the issue of the bank recapitalization. Of course, there is other things involved in bank recapitalization because it will strengthen the banks. There is now come forward to what you have just described, which is dollar-denominated securities and collaterals. And then made 2 exceptions. Of course, those exceptions are very legitimate because there are foreign banks operating in Nigeria who are obliged to provide securities in dollars. But if they provide it via a standby letter of credit, then it's fine. And you'll find that it is a very good instrument, actually, because the dollar is what they are used to trading from abroad. The security is actually coming from the foreign bank, and there's nothing wrong in them, creating a standby letter of credit to support some imports of into Nigeria, and or some liability that will crystallize from that. So I might remember one good case where John Dale of America had to create that letter of credit, standby letter of credit, to support the importation of 10,000 tractors, and then created all the whole financial architecture to ensure that we will pay to Stanbic Bank and all of that. So that worked well in theory. And then, of course, there is also government that issues bonds, US dollar denominated bonds. So you would also make some exception with those. So I'm quite happy that that is the case. But it also warns the banks, give them some reasonable time to liquidate those assets, those collaterals that they have that are dollar denominated. Your time, and then they failed to do consequences, because those of the bank that have the capital adequacy ratios of about 15%, the calculation of the capital adequacy ratios will have to weigh in the risk of those. So that's why he's saying they will weigh it 150%. So it's going to carry a much higher weight, risk assigned weight. So that is a clear warning to the banks to play to the rule. And I don't see anything wrong with that. But what it now means is it will reduce the appetite for dollar that are built up to go and support those collateral, dollar-denominated collateral. So it will be a big gain for us in Nigeria in terms of dollar inflows. So that is how I see those.
Prof, we've seen an appreciation, a significant appreciation of the Naira within a very short period. In less than a month, we've seen the Naira at the moment, as we speak now, out there, I think it's just about 1,100. And, there's the expectation that it is still going to go down, that the Naira is still going to appreciate. You look at what the CBN has been doing so far, and then selling FX now to the BDCs and all of that. Then you look at the system we're running now. How would you describe it? And would you say what the central bank is doing at the moment is actually sustainable? Because it seems, somehow we are depleting our FX reserve, whether we like it or not. Just to support and defend the Naira. Is this sustainable? Because obviously you could want, some people have said, look, it's like we've gone back to the era now of some kind of managed float and not a free float anymore.
Well, I'm not even sure. You have to tell me which countries are doing free float. It's just theoretical. Free float. The people say it's very theoretical. You don't have an export economy. You just don't have adequate supply of forex, and you haven't done enough to dampen the appetite for forex, for dollar based assets. So you can't actually talk about free float in that respect. If we are actually exporter of things other than the oil and gas and solid mineral, whose prices are outside your control and are regulated, what quota system and all of that, and you're not even meeting those quota. If you don't have solid stuff that you export, which could have poured in a lot of dollars into our economy where we are facing devaluation, then you have to think, how else would you maintain a steady supply of forex? So free float will work in a way that we will not have envisaged. So it still has to be some measure of managed float. But in that context, the governor says, I'm going to go for price discovery. We are going to see where the balance is, where supply and demand would equilibrate. And it's not just one item. Remember, forex is price, inflation is price, MPR rate is price, in banks rates are price. So all of these price mechanisms require some kind of equilibration of their supply and demand perspectives. So that is why he says they're continuing to discover where the equilibrium lies, and then under the auspices of a free buyer and free seller and all that. So that So that is an approach towards the market, towards the free market. So, but you have to unbundle the constraints that we have and all the imperfections and the role of speculators in the whole system. And that is what it is tackling, shaking down. If we are doing all this without shaking down the speculators by going for the crypto Binance kind of people and then looking at where hoarding is going on and where those that are creating artificial scarcity of dollar and holding dollar as store of value and all of that stuff, even though they are doing it in the context of excess liquidity in the system, the bank has to go for those. And so it's this shakedown that makes that whole business unprofitable and then continue to support a gradual drop in the price of the forex. So the momentum has to continue because because of the way our financial institutions behave in this country, we have to have a central bank governor that has acrobatic mentality to be able to deal with these commercial banks and the financial institutions. And I'm not surprised that you have to call in the BDCs because they are important players in this field, but gradually get them back. But it's gradual because there are some nasty side of the BDCs when you see things about money laundering and this and that and that. But that does not wipe out the contribution that they can make to the economy, especially as the lower rung of that ladder. So they have a role to play. So I'm glad that they are gradually, the CBN is gradually weaving them in and gradually so that they can find a balance in the architecture, in the financial forex management architecture. Is it going to be sustainable? I think that money will go down to $1,000, a naira to a dollar. I know it will go down to 1,000 naira to a dollar. And it may further go down because don't forget, many things are happening at the same time. The MPR rate is inching up, going up. And it is going up while inflation is going to start coming down until you get to a point of inflection. Yes, you are going to tell me that the inflation hasn't gone down, but all the parameters that will bring down inflation are now active and positive. You are now seeing that the rates are dropping, so the level of imported inflation is obviously going to come down. You are going to see that on prices, but it takes a finite time from when you have an action and going into force, and then you have the price. That bit. But you also see that some of the input costs are coming down. Diesel coming down from 1,800 to 1,000. Now that means that a lot of the input costs on inflation are going to be deflated. So you will see the inflation will come down. Then the food is also a big one. There are a huge imported processed food component of our inflation, which is active at both the core inflation level and also at the food sub-basket index. Both of them are going to come down, but not sufficiently to push the inflation down to core inflation level. But you will see some prices coming down in the next two reports.
Now, because you talked about, items coming down, we've seen an appreciation of the naira over the past 1 month or so, but people are still worried that the prices of items are not coming down at the same pace. What exactly is the issue? What's going on? What's the problem?
No, okay, please. If somebody, this price started coming down, forex, only about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. The importers that have imported their goods, imported them way back 3 months ago. So it is now they will place order with these new rates. And this order, when you import, you have allowed 2 months for the imports to come in, 3 months. So when they place order with cheaper currency, by the time it comes in, then the competition in the system will allow a free fall in the price. Look at prices are coming down on the cement. It went up to 13,000. It's coming down to 8,000. It's supposed to go down to 7,000, 7,700. You've seen the diesel coming down significantly from 1,800 to 1,000, and it might still go down a little bit because Dangote is now running. And then by the end of the month, April, NNPC refineries will kick in. So you could see some of those oil and crude and PMS, all of that starting to come down. And those are the components of the structural inflation factor, that is the cost push inflation. So it will come down. And then we also have the potential that there could be an uptick because of salary settlements in May. but that is not going to force an increase. Instead, it could level things a little bit, but it will still go down because the tendency is for it to go down. And I'm confident that there will be some show of this in the next 2 months. You have to have a lag. That thing has a lag.
We'll take a short break now, but when we come back, there's something else I want to talk about, and that's about oil outputs. Why, it's very important in the whole mix. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Welcome back. If you've just joined us, we are discussing Nigeria's forex management, of course, and I still have Professor Ken Ife, a financial expert and a lead consultant on private sector development to the ECOWAS Commission. Thank you very much, Prof, for your time. Now, Prof, let me ask. Monetary policy is obviously doing well. There's no question about that. People are still expecting that fiscal policy will kick in and begin to provide the much needed support. And let's talk about the issue of our oil output now. How critical is it? Because whether we like it or not, there's a limit to how much the CBN can actually use to defend the naira now. But you still need forex. You need forex to begin, substantial amount of forex now to begin to come from the sale of oil. So how important is that? Well, we're still not meeting our OPEC quota anyway. So just give us a sense of how important it is to be able to ramp up our production and fire on all cylinders so that we get some semblance of long-term stability in our forex management.
Yeah, if you look at the forex picture, crude accounts for 79% of our forex. Gas accounts for 11% of our forex. That is between the two, 90%. The other 10% is within the purview of the central bank, which is diaspora remittance, foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, and some of the other some of the other assets in dollars. So it's very insignificant. It's not a very significant quantity. So over the years, from 2014 or thereabout, Nigeria CBN was getting about $3 billion every month from NNPC. So about 3 years ago, NNPC did a swap deal with foreign refiners and pushed the crude out and then get PMS in return. Not even all the derivatives, just PMS is what they get back in return. And then they still turn back and say to government, you know what, this business, we are losing money. We are under recovery of 500 billion naira every month. So go and borrow that, and that is what they call subsidy. So that continued. So not only was that the central bank wasn't getting those dollars, but we are still having to borrow 500 billion a month to subsidize. So now, what does CBN have? So CBN gets about $1.8 billion a month. Their liability every month is about 1.2 billion. And then given the current increases in inflation and all that, and the prices, it will be about $2 billion every month that CBN needs to finance the outgoings. The outgoings also includes the loan repayment, dollar-denominated loan repayments, and also all the other importers and all import and all of that, excluding the 41 items that are restricted. So when you look at that, 2 billion a month against what's receivable, against they're not getting the thing. They're not getting the 3 billion they were used to get. They used to get from NNPC. So they only get those little things that they get from declining FDI, declining diaspora remittance then, although now it has reversed. So CBN couldn't meet it. Then you now still have, apart from what the CBN needs, you still have about $4.6 billion every month being requested for import. Importers that are importing things into the country. And then you now have the aggravation that there are speculators in the economy that are hunting every dollar. that they can find and storing them. So when you look at ways and means, you mentioned that magnitude of money, they represent a lot part of it. It represents printed naira. And where is it? A lot of people would have got those monies and used them to buy dollars. So you've seen the big scandal in the whole architecture. And that is what the new administration had to find and fight. And that's what brought us where we are. So is it going to be, how do we make sure that this continues to, we have a strategy with the Ministry of Finance Incorporated that says, let us look away from debt-based financing and go more to asset-based financing, because that helps our balance sheet. And we have been going that way with the new administration. You've seen the new administration securitizing, the ways and means, the first 23 trillion. They're securitizing some of the revenue from the gas assets, some of our dividends and all that for the next 5 years. You've seen the securitizing some of the expected revenue on crude by Afrexim Bank. So, and then you've also had about $14 billion dollar deal with India and all of that. All of them are playing on the asset of government. And then that then means that it's some kind of borrowing where you do not have to reflect it on your balance sheet. so it's some kind of borrowing based on your assets. So that's a different regime, and it's working. But the thing is that we have to get more at it to see how much more we can pull into that side of our balance sheet to make sure that so that's the action that they are taking, and I think it's going to be. But in terms of the increasing the level of output will help of crude. It will definitely help. The prices have gone up well over $91 per barrel. That is definitely going to help. And there are predictions that they may go as high as $100, and that will be helpful. But then with the NNPC coming into refining in the next few days, with Dangote now rolling out, now what that happens is that they will now be, and then government has also now made it mandatory for NNPC to work with central bank around those receivables and all of that. What that means is that there's greater transparency, there's greater likelihood that our forex revenues will continue to increase. There will be more accretion to the foreign reserves, and there will be more accretion to our excess crude account, and which also helps our NSIA, the Sovereign Investment Fund. So things are going to get better. They are going to get better, not worse, because there are so many balls in the air, and all of them are helping. So we see that direction of flow that can help, but the more work needs to be done without a doubt.
If there are areas that you think we need to work on, where you want to see more work, what would those areas be?
Well, I've just mentioned the key area of asset-based borrowing, and that is a huge area. And because the Ministry of Finance Incorporated that was set up is not only to manage the assets in a very active manner, to world standards, but also to manage investment. So they will also be looking at investment, which is very important, because we have so many investments that you can't even find any dividend coming to federal government at all. And you have all kinds of people sitting on these assets, and then government gets nothing. The government pays. If you look at the likes of aviation, you've seen all the new terminals in all the international airports. Those are over $400 million. But then how is government getting anything? You've seen the railways, and they are pouring out money, providing security and guarantees. But government revenue is far, you can't find where they are in those assets. So there are more and more, but now there is, what they call a sheriff in town that is now taking charge of all of those. You've seen the Gencos and Discos. They are moving forward to take control of the assets and ensure that revenues will come to government. So some of those measures are actually kicking up. And we're going to have to start seeing some revenue inflows from those. And then, of course, whatever we do to improve production will be more helpful. Whatever we do to improve transparency in those transactions will help accretion. Then we also have more finance that are looked to play in this field. I think there's only about 2 that are actually up and now. But don't forget, licenses were issued for 75 of those. And then we have marginal oil fields. where they prefer to be located very close to so that they can get their crude directly. And I've advocated many times we should have strategic reserves. America and Saudi have huge strategic reserves. If we have strategic reserves, modular refineries can site around the reserves, get their crude without having a long pipeline and they keep on, doing the pipeline. If you have some strategic reserves in some locations, then the modular refineries could come closer to there and take it. It's just like having call it a dam, and then people coming around the dam to do irrigation and to do all kinds of things, to do fish farming. So that is the kind of thinking that I was thinking. And also, when you have strategic reserves, you could use it to shore up your supply of crude in times of, you have fracture. So you can go to the reserve to pull crude to maintain your quota. So that's why I keep on asking that this should be considered, seriously considered.
All right, Prof, we are actually out of time, but I just have to ask you this because you actually brought up, you alluded to the issue of electricity when you were speaking there. And let me just ask you this. With the recent increment in tariff that we have seen, how do you think that will factor into the inflation rate in this country when the next, for instance, the next inflation figure comes out? How do you think it will play out? Won't that cause inflation to even spike?
There is no doubt that it is a major component of the input cost. But there are things that are going to be coming down and things that are going to be coming up. Just as you have seen diesel come down from 1,800 to 1,000, so are you going to see the 250% increase in electricity spike up? So they will cancel out. But what this means is this is a wake-up call to Nigerians to just take power to the mass market. We have to take. This was a call that I made within 2 weeks of the Buhari administration. I went out and I said to a major conference within 2 weeks. I said, take power to the mass market. Let people remove tax on solar-related items. Let them invest. I'm sure you may have 3 houses, one in Lagos, one in your village, and one in somewhere in one township somewhere. You can only sleep in one house at any one time. And so the rest of the power you have other places could be sold to the grid. So there are people that will prefer to use their money instead of running generator and not having anything back and causing pollution, invest it in solar. As long as the government will say, okay, in the short term, let us bankroll the cost of a meter, hybrid meter that will take this electricity back into the grid and pay them for the electricity, for generating electricity. And then people will begin to see value in investing in alternative energy supply sources and take that pressure off the national grid. And then, of course, the law has been amended repeatedly from 1 megawatt domiciliarization to eligible buyer, and then also so it has been amended, but you have to give that decisive push to individuals and everybody, private sector, state government, get into this business and produce power for yourself. And then let us look away from national grid, because that national grid is a monster, and the instability is so embarrassing. The collapse, systemic collapses are so embarrassing that we got to take this as a wake-up call to go and invest whatever we can. Gas is our transition plan. And why are people not going to CNG? CNG gas, the biggest asset we have as a country is gas. Over 210 trillion cubic feet of gas. I don't know why we are dealing with petrol and diesel when we should be dealing with gas. You use gas to power the buses, you use gas to power the trucks, and we use gas to produce electricity of all sorts. You have gas generators, and then you get the CNG supply, compressed natural gas supply. And people should move away from those diesels so that we can have, we can build our industries. And so the main industries can't operate at these prices right now of electricity.
Absolutely, and I think that we just have to end it. Thank you very much, Professor Kenife, for coming on the show, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. All right, that's how much we can take on the show. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are boxes, being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything in a controlled environment. It's fully well.
Their food crop is yam, a very popular edible stew cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers yam will have here, you have to do a count of all the leaves will have. It's very massive.
Have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes all fully automated aerobic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awolf Demola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life. Says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all around, produce food,
more like you can choose what's and having to depend on the rain and all, and everybody to eat all that. You don't want to wait for the rain is here. So the fact that we hide the food around, everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, their hope to inspire men in their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
Going to even change, because this is not about this is we've got a stage of for and doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional back-breaking work in field and so forth and everything like that. There's also these components as well that are appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join. We have a nation to do, and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day and welcome to Favorite Sport program on TV360 Sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu and we'll be looking at trending sports stories across the globe. But right now, before we need to call on to our guest, talking about Barrister Peter Ede. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Well, you're having Barrister Paul Ede. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Well, let's go straight to our questions. 10 months ago, you were elected as the chairman of this Benue State Football Association, and you started things going on. What can you say about football development in Benue State?
Well, when we came on board on the 17th of June 2023, we came on board principally with a clear-cut vision, understanding that if you must invest in football or you must make headway in football, you would need the right kind of framework and, of course, the right pool of resources. And that is why the vision we set for ourselves was to run an investment-driven, self-sustaining FA, which is anchored on the principles of integrity, fair play, and indeed growing the game at the grassroots in line with FIFA, CAF, WAFU, and NFF mandates. And setting out with this clear-cut vision, I am proud to say that we have indeed exceeded our expectations for the past few months that we came on board. I would note that one of the few things that we were able to achieve was to first seek for support across the divide in the state, particularly with our traditional rulers, where we as a board decided to make His Royal Majesty the Totif to be, of course, our grand patron, His Royal Majesty the Ochidoma, who is our patron. And we also continued to go around to also see or witness the various infrastructure that we have in the state. Sadly, the infrastructural decay is one of the major bane to the development of the game in Benue State. But be that as it may, the enthusiasm that has been shown by the young lads whom consistently believe in our vision and are driving through with it, playing in the worst stuff that you can find, but yet exhibiting great talent. That for us is a sign of joy. But more than that, we're looking forward to very soon ensuring that we will indeed be able to surmount the major challenges that we have bedeviling us and, of course, pulling us back with the development of the game in Benue State.
Yes, well said, and I'm sure a lot of people from Benue are so happy to have you as the chairman. But let's look at the stadium in Benue State. We saw a match, that's the FA, Benue State FA match final that made Lobby Stars represent the nation at the federation level. We saw that the state of the stadium, I'm sure that's Boko, in Boko, and that's the stadium and the BBC of Boko. And also we were able to get from you doing an interview that all the stadia in Benue State is not in the right state in the right perfect state for any athletes to use. Tell us, how did you get to this, and what's the effort of your association to enable it to be at least before you leave office, to be in a more perfect, and what have been the government of the day doing about it?
Well, once upon a time, Benue was a hub for football. In fact, there was a time in this country where Benue had regular between 5-7 players in the Super Eagles playing in the first 11. And this is because of the perfect state of infrastructure that we had in the state. But fast forward to 2014, Lobby Stars, which is the pride of Benue, currently borrows the pitch in Nasarawa to play its league matches. And this is because prior to the coming of this current administration, we had a situation where the Aparaku Stadium was in a very bad state. That stadium was awarded, but funds were not released, and as such, the contractor could not do much. But when this administration came, it decided, of course, the administration of Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Alia, they decided to review and recalibrate the contract to see how a holistic approach to the fixing of the stadium can be carried out. And you know that this administration is not up to a year yet. I believe that it is still trying to grapple with or find its feet and to prioritize the developmental project that is required to be undertaken in the state. But I can assure you that in the coming days, the state government, which I am very much in touch with, have taken a bold step to award the Aparaku Stadium to be fixed holistically, of course, in various stages. Just like you rightly noted, you will realize that the pitch that we used in Boko, we deliberately decided to use that because, like is often said, most times we tend to hide our nakedness, particularly from those who have the propensity and capacity to be able to clothe us. Now, in a bid not to ensure, not to state the obvious that we have the best of pitches, we decided to go to Boko. And Boko, like you may have experienced, it's just bare sand that we use to play the game. But for me, it's a thing of joy because I believe that before the life of this administration comes to an end, that most of the infrastructure would have been fixed. What we have consistently done as an FA is to continue to drum up support for the fixing of the stadium. Because as an FA, I wish we have the resources as an FA to fix all the pitches, particularly in Zone A, which is in Kasinala, Zone B, which is in Boko, and Zone C, which is in Otupo. If we had the resources as an FA, we would have been able to do that. But of course, you know that it is the state government that has that wherewithal to be able to do that. And we are pretty sure that this current administration is determined to do that. Even though it is still being conceived with snail speed, I believe that slowly and gradually we'll get there.
Well said. And we know you have a football club, but that to be a discussion for another time. But you said your administration intends to, which is not what we see in most from experience and the reports we've done so far on 360 Sport. We've not seen where there's a balance, except in some places in Lagos, where there's a balance between education and football. In your inauguration speech during the interview, you said you want to develop Benue football ecosystem that provide opportunity for citizens to combine education with football careers, and at least it will also give them job opportunity. So far, so good. How has it been doing with that vision of yours?
Okay, for those who know me too well, they will tell you for free that one thing I have consistently emphasized is the fact that young boys and girls who choose football as a career should also be able to pursue their education alongside with that choice career. And that is why when I came on board as the chairman of the Benue State Football Association, one of the few things that we prioritized was to develop a concept which we term the EduBall. EduBall is an idea that we launched to be able to give young lads from the ages 10 to 17 the opportunity to pursue education pari passu with the game of football. We live in a society where when a child begins to develop interest in sports, particularly in football, parents have a way of pushing them back, discouraging them from pursuing that career path. The reason is because most times you'll find a situation where these young lads, when they begin to play football, they abandon and neglect education. So we are in partnership with the Benue State University. The framework has been fully developed by the university, and the MOU, which is ready for us to sign in the coming days, is such that they have helped us to develop this program where we will begin to pursue this path for young Benue indigenes. And for me, the vision is also to see how, when we use that framework to begin to channel the new paradigm shift for young lads in the state, it can transit to other states. It will be a working document that I envisage can be applied across the country. I'm sure between this month and the coming months, would have been able to fully commence the implementation of that program. And for me also, also that I'm the president of the Rata Sports Development Foundation. One other aspect that the foundation has continued to hinge its support on is on sports and education. We are also intending to enter into a partnership with the Ministry of Education in Benue State to see how we can begin a holistic approach to the game, to sport generally, by supporting the inter-school sports across every local government in the state. And we believe that at the end of the day, Benue State will be better off for it and will become indeed the hub for sports and education, particularly football.
Okay. So let's look at the questions for us, especially this probably will be our last question, and we want to see, you also advocated for same prize money, that there should not be any difference between a female footballers and male footballers, and we see how you prioritize female football, and which is something, a welcome development, because in every state what we have so much is a zero participations of female football in the state, while others, there's a few, like Lagos, have some few female football going on very well, the association even. And why do you prioritize female football in Benue State, and what's the need to do that?
Well, you know that in Benue State, we held the FA Chairman's Cup. We had well over 200 clubs registering across all the 23 local governments in the state. Meanwhile, for the female teams, we barely have up to 4 or 5. So for me, perhaps because of my experience as an administrator who commenced my foray into investing in football from the female category, I see what the girls go through in order to achieve their goal or objective of becoming footballers. And a few years back, one of my female teams, that's Nigeria Raptors, played the Federation Cup. And when I saw the trophy that was given to them, one very tiny, minute trophy, and when you match that side by side with this humongous trophy that was given to the male, that played the same tournament, the same Federation Cup, but at the end of the day, the reward was minimal for them, as if they should be relegated to second fiddle. I made up my mind that as chairman of the Benue State Football Association, there will never exist parity in pay, parity in reward. Whatever we give the male category, if the tournament is for male and female, it will be equal. And that clearly we exhibited when we concluded the Federation Cup finals, where the winners, Honey Badgers, went home with the same exact trophy, same medal, same awards, and every reward and recognition we give the male teams, we give to them. But of course, when you compare this with some of our colleagues who do not see the need to support the women's game, I think at the end of the day, it is a disservice to our women who put in twice the effort that every man will put up to be able to achieve their goals.
Well said, Barrister. Well said, Barrister Paul Ede. Thank you very much for your time. Time is no longer our friend. We want to close for today's program. So a big thank you for being part of today's program. Subsequently, we'll be trying to know the updates in sport development in Benue State. And we believe your administration, as the president of Benue State Football Association, will take Benue football to the next level. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be speaking with Barrister Paul Ede, who is the chairman of Benue State Football Association, who has been giving us the update on sport development, especially football in Benue State. Thank you very much for your time. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about sport development in Benue. And if you want to be part of the program, you can join us on all our social media platforms, from where the conversation never ends. And that's all we take on today's program. I am Mudashiv Shitu. Bye for now.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hello. Appointment of a deputy governor, former now I should say, Philip Shaibu, by the State House of Assembly has again put the state chapter of the opposition People's Democratic Party in the eye of the storm, with the governorship election in the state just 5 months away. The impeachment followed the adoption of the report of the 7-man investigative panel set up by the Assembly, that's the State House of Assembly now, to probe allegations of misconduct against Shaibu. The former deputy governor did not put up any defense at the panel. His lawyers had rather faulted the panel's continued sitting, saying it was against a restraining court order. Of course, the panel rejected that and proceeded to conclude its sitting and returned a guilty verdict. Shaibu's removal was a culmination of the political impasse between the ex-deputy governor and his former principal, Godwin Obaseki. Now, 18 out of 19 members present at plenary voted for the impeachment of Shaibu, while one abstained from the head count and voting process. Well, addressing citizens of the state now, shortly after the impeachment was done, the former deputy governor faulted the lawmakers and said his impeachment was a threat to the country's democracy, and he also said that he had no doubt at all that it had to do with his ambition to be the governor of that state. Take a listen to part of what he said.
I denounce in strongest terms the illegal impeachment by the Edo State House of Assembly over trumped-up charges. This is not just an attack on me as an individual, but on the very democratic principle that we hold there. It is a dangerous descent into dictatorship and a threat to the foundation of our democracy. Let it be clear that this impeachment was hushed because of my ambition to contest the Edo State 2024 governorship election under the People's Democratic Party, PDP. An ambition that is a legal right to all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's a sad reality that in our political landscape, ambition is met with resistance, and those in power seek to silence opposition through illegitimate means. I call upon all well-meaning citizens of Edo, and indeed all Nigerians who believe in the principle of democracy and justice, to stand with us in this moment of crisis. We cannot allow tyranny and oppression to take roots in our society. We must resist the forces that seek to undermine our freedom and trample upon our rights. To the members of Edo State House of Assembly who have chosen to forsake their oath of office and participate in this charade, I say this: history will judge harshly for your betrayal of the people who elected you to represent their interests. But know this: you do not have the power to silence the voice of justice and truth. I call upon the judiciary and all relevant authorities to intervene and uphold the principles of justice and fairness. Let the truth prevail over lies. Let the rule of law triumph over lawlessness. I am confident that the legal system will vindicate me and expose the sham that has been orchestrated against me.
Well, meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed April 19th for hearing of a suit filed by the impeached Deputy Governor against the State House of Assembly and others. And so certainly, this is not the end. We've actually not had the last on this. So definitely the court will have to have a say on this issue. There's no question about it. Joining me now to speak more on this is the President, National Campaign Marshals of the People's Democratic Party, PDP in Edo State, Zillian Omoribu. Zillian, thank you very much for coming on the program. The last time I spoke with you, it was also about this issue, and of course you did express that wish that the impeachment would not happen, but it has happened. So, and you have a new deputy governor in your state, but you look at this is something that could have been avoided.
Of course, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here today. The other time we had this discussion, and it was so beautiful, and I gave some advice to the former deputy governor. You know, it's quite sad about the impeachment of the deputy governor, you know, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu. Like I said the last time, there is time we should have, you know, pistock a lot of these issues. But as it stands right now, I think, you know, we now have a youth who is the deputy governor from Akoko Edo. You know, I think this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that Akoko Edo is, you know, having that position. Like Akoko Edo and Owan has always been crying for, you know, relegation, that they have, you know, the party have relegated them for too long. Not just the party, especially the APC, that they have been relegated. But as you can see, the present deputy governor now is a youth, just 38 years old, and also is from Akoko Edo. So I think Akoko Edo people will be very happy at this point, and also the Owan people will understand that they are no longer relegated, that everybody is being carried along in the state.
What do you think is the logic? What's the logic behind his appointment? I'm talking about the new deputy governors as Godwins now, or mobile Godwins. What's the logic behind it? Did the governor do it with an eye on the coming election?
The present deputy governor is youthful. He's useful. You know, when it comes to this 2024 governorship election, all we are, you know, our arrangement is to bring everybody together to see how we can be able to, you know, to as well share a donut. You know, a donut is one of the stronghold of APC because that's where the senator, the former governor, which is no other person than Senator Adams Ali Oshomole, is from. So if you look at the permutation, if you look at the calculation, you discover that if we can be able to have all the 201 and the 2 Akoko Edo, definitely we are going to see how we divide the APACO. And that's where we are going to now. So
you think you think you can actually do that, and you don't think the impeached deputy governor will work against your interest?
Of course, we from Edo North, we understand how the election here is going. Nobody is trying to communalize the deputy governor, or the former deputy governor, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu. You know, when it comes to election, everybody matters, everybody counts, the vote counts. But you know, in the past elections, we have discovered that no matter what we do in that particular of Esako, especially where the senator who is the former governor comes from, Adams Aliu Oshomole, is from Esako West, and that's the base of the home of the deputy governor, the former deputy governor as well. That's where he comes from. So I see us winning that local government before, you know. So having the 2 Akoko Edo now, it is very, very sure for us that we have the 2 Akoko Edo at this present time, and also having the speaker, who is no other person than Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku Sheriff, as the speaker from Onwa West. It also means, in extension, we are having Onwa East and Onwa West together. So if we are having 4 local governments already, where we have 7 local governments, it means the other 3 local governments, we have Esako Central, Esako West, and Esako East. So if the former deputy governor is from Esako West, and we have never had that local government in PDP for a very long time now, because of Adams Ali Oshomole, it also means that we can as well have the home base of Chief Dan Obi, where we also have, that's Esako Central, where we also have the person of Pascal Okpome. We also have the former deputy governor from that same particular Esako
let's talk about...
So we can have Esako Central, have the 2 Akoko Edo, and have the 2 Onwa. It is victory already in the donut.
And
that is our calculation for that.
You think you can have, because Chief Danobi is not in your camp anyway, obviously he won't be working for your candidate. You think he's in your camp?
Like what you just said, like Danobi is not going to vote for our candidate. Like what happened the last time, I think should be a thing that I've shown them, you know, that a lot of wrong dealings happened in the last election. If you are saying the PDP does not recognize you in the state level in Edo State, what about the APC that you people decided to vote for at the last election? Did they now recognize you people? So a lot of these persons, a lot of the ward chairmen that were not with us, I finished for the APC, the PDP of the local holders meeting, I think about 2 hours ago. In that particular meeting, we had all the ward executive, all the ward chairman, the NGA chairman, who is no other person than Leslie Ebuje. He was the one that officiated the stakeholders meeting for Onwa East. So that will tell you that a lot of them have seen this particular election because of the person of Aswe Igalo, who is likable. The man does not have, if we want to put, the aspirant, or the candidates together to say, okay, you choose from this candidate, I don't think there will be any issues in this election.
We'll just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Zillian Omorogbe, for coming on the show, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a short break and we'll be back very shortly. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Let's continue the conversation now on the impeachment of the former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu. Now been joined on the program by Nelson Ekujimi, who is a political and public affairs analyst. Nelson, thank you very much for coming on this program.
Thank you for having me.
Tell me you were not surprised by the impeachment.
No, absolutely not. Anybody who has witnessed the political trajectory in Nigeria with regards to the fight between the governor and his deputy definitely knows that this is the way it usually ends. So it's not surprising that another deputy governor has beaten the dust, just like some others in some other states in Nigeria that we almost even saw a vice president also towing this same line, save for the National Assembly and some other forces that rallied in favor of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar when he was engaged in a murky fight like this with former President Olusegun Obasanjo. So this impeachment of Philip Shaibu was long expected, and it has finally come to pass.
Well, Philip Shaibu, after the impeachment, of course, put out that video saying that it was just essentially about his ambition, his quest to run for the governorship of that state. And we know, of course, that didn't go down well with the governor. But should it have degenerated to the crisis level that we saw leading up to the eventual impeachment of the former deputy governor?
Absolutely not, because what it shows clearly is the lot of the minor attitude of our governors. I see no crime being committed by Philip Shaibu in expressing his desire. And don't also forget that desire is for members of his political party to determine if they will pick him to represent the party or not. He has not even gone into the field. The governor started waging the war against him because the governor had a preferred candidate. And even if the governor had a preferred candidate, nothing stops the governor from throwing his old support behind his preferred candidate as against Philip Shaibu by telling him, well, you are free to run, but I have a candidate that I'm also throwing up. So
incidentally, a former governor of that state actually did that. I'm talking about Adams Oshomola, who is now a senator. I remember when he was to hand over, when he actually pitched Godwin Obaseki as his successor. His deputy at the time, Pius Odubu, wanted to run as well. And then, he made it clear that he was not supporting him, but then he allowed him to at least run until at some point he decided to step down.
Yes, absolutely. That is the way it should happen. And it shows clearly the character of Governor Godwin Obaseki, that this is a man who brook no opposition to whatever ambition or whatever vision he wants to pursue. For him, with this episode of Philip Shaibu, it shows that you are either with him or you get kicked out. And, that is not in tandem with the spirit of democracy that allows for participation, because democracy is about the people. So if somebody has expressed a desire, the best you could have done was, to pitch your tent with your own candidate and allow him, to test, his strengths, on the field. And if the party members so decide that they don't want him, based on your strength, because I expect that as a governor, he has more strength than the deputy governor, the then deputy governor. So the then deputy governor should not have been a match for him if he really knew the weight of a governor. But sadly, he turned it into an issue that, distracted the government in Edo State almost throughout 2023, as far back as 2022. And the Edo State people were the worst for it, because we saw that what we witnessed every day was not about developmental projects in Edo State. It was all about Philip Shaibu versus the governor, Philip Shaibu being locked out, Philip Shaibu being ignored at a public event in which the governor was present, Philip Shaibu office being relocated to an obscure place. It was not about the governor commissioning projects, the governor setting up, one landmark legacy projects for the state or not. So rather, it was about governance in Edo State in the last 4 years. If you do a comparison on a scale, it was largely about the fight between Philip Shaibu and his governor. And right now, as the government coast home, because the government has less than a year or maybe 11 months since the election will be holding in September, and I suppose it will be handing over around November or thereabout. So the Edo people have been the worst for it in terms of this administration.
Now, I have read some articles and I've heard some people say that Philip Shaibu actually, well, if you like, committed the sin of trying to outshine his boss. That when you look at, some people have even gone on to quote from the book of Robert Greene, that's the 48 Laws of Power now, saying that that you don't outshine your master, and that's what Philip Shaibu did. And I'm just wondering, in what ways did he do that? I mean, this was a deputy governor who stood by the governor when he too had his own troubles with his former godfather and could not secure the ticket of the APC to return. So in your own, because you followed the entire process, in what ways would you say Shaibu Philip, as the deputy governor at the time, committed a grave sin against the governor by trying to outshine him?
Well, looking at our political history, you agree with those who have brought up that argument about Philip Shaibu trying to outshine the master, in consonance with the 48 Laws of Power, because.
But I'm still trying to. How?
Yes, because one basic fact about power is that. Like they said, you don't try to outshine your master. And in this case,
is it by declaring your intention to run to succeed your master?
You expect Philip Shaibu to have been a good student of history. If you look at our historical antecedents, this is what happens to any deputy who takes these routes against the master, the governor. We have seen it happen repeatedly. One would have expected when Philip Shaibu to have studied the body language. So he should have
just buried his ambition and not even run at all.
He could have, the best thing for him to have done, knowing the body language of his principal, is for him to have, resigned his appointment as the deputy governor and, try to cast his lot in another party, because definitely, if your principal does not want you to run in that party, the principal is going to freeze you out. So Philip Shaibu should have known this all along. He would have, come out with his head held high if he had, resigned his appointment. We have seen it happen before. I can't remember the state where the deputy governor had to resign to run in another political party. So if Philip Shaibu was sure of his political power, his political capacity, nothing stops him from saying, because I want to run for governorship and my principal is not interested and I don't want to cause a distraction in governance in Edo State, I'm resigning my office so as to concentrate on my ambition. Because running for the governor of a state is not a tea party. You can't be engaged in this rough fight all this long and expect that you have enough time and resources to be able to prepare for governorship,
But what is even wrong in a deputy aspiring to succeed?
Absolutely, nothing is absolutely wrong.
What's wrong with that? Why is it that it's become a trend that governors don't always want their deputies to succeed them?
Well, I wouldn't know what has, I've never been a governor, neither have I been a deputy. So I wouldn't know what transpired between a governor and a deputy that has made it become a taboo in most of the states in Nigeria since this democracy.
Because even in states where deputies have succeeded,
yes,
they did that in spite of the, not with the support of the governor.
Yes, we've seen it. It's because those deputies were able to play their cards right. We saw it with regards to Kano State, where the then governor didn't want his deputy to succeed.
Even we saw it in Ebonyi when
yes,
Umahi too.
Umahi, succeeded
Martin Selechi.
Martin Selechi, yes. So it depends on the deputy governor if he knows how to play his cards well, and he can build structures within the party. But we are talking of a deputy governor who has been in the party in the last 4 years. If you don't forget that he crossed over from the APC to the PDP pre the.
Both of them did.
Both of them pre the second tenure that is running out now, and you would have expected him that by now he would have gathered strength within the party. But from what we have seen so far, with the way the House of Assembly just impeached him by fiat, it shows clearly that this was a man that had no political base.
Do you think with the elections coming up, do you think this could backfire on the PDP?
Oh, absolutely, because whether you like it or not, the ex-trial deputy governor must have his sympathizers that came along with, both the governor and the deputy when they were coming to this party. And in view of the fact that the governor has taken some actions that has even polarized the party the more, it is not unlikely that this impeachment of the deputy governor will be one question that the governor and his candidate, whom people have claimed to be his godson, will have to answer before the electorate pre the election and even on election day. So it could be a strong factor that could sway where the pendulum will swing in terms of where the people will vote when the election finally comes.
Well, let's just wait and see. Nelson, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thank you for sharing your insights with us. We'll take a short break, but still to come, we'll be looking at the aviation industry, where an airfare war, price war now, is going on at the moment. And of course, it is to the advantage of passengers. That's what we'll be talking about next. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, this is the best of times for Nigerian passengers on the international route, and it seems things can only get better from this point. So the entry of Nigeria's major international carrier Air Peace into the lucrative Lagos-London route has sparked a price war among foreign airlines. They've actually now drastically reduced their airfares to compete with Air Peace. As you know, Air Peace commenced their direct flights between London Gatwick Airport and Lagos on March the 30th, pegging its price for a round-trip economy ticket at 1.2 million naira, a wide margin from prices charged by foreign airlines costing as much as 3 million naira. However, offering a low entry fare seems to have jolted foreign airlines offering fares on the same route. The foreign airlines now have slashed airfares on the Lagos-London route to an average of 1.4 million naira for a round-trip economy ticket, perhaps to counteract the potential threat posed on the route now by Air Peace. In fact, there are actually some airlines that have gone below that 1,400 naira mark. Now, reacting to this development, Airpeace CEO Alan Onyema says the drop in fares by the foreign airlines is part of a wider predatory pricing strategy now implemented by other countries to stifle, or carriers now, to stifle him out of his, to stifle his airline actually out of the market. According to him, there is, quote and unquote, unspoken alliance among foreign airlines to use lower pricing to eject Airpeace from the Nigeria-London route. Now, that's his own allegation, but a spokesperson for the operators of foreign airlines has since denied the allegation, saying they had to cut down on their pricing since the forex liquidity situation in the country has improved and that the government has cleared substantial chunk now of the forex backlog owed them. Now, one thing, though, is very clear from all of this. It's a good one for Nigerian passengers who have had to bear the brunt of the very high airfares before now. Let me bring in a top aviation stakeholder now to shed more light on what's going on and its potential impact. Joining me on the show right now is Onwayo Olumide, who is the General Secretary, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, a highly respected aviation NGO in Nigeria. Mr. Olumide, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Good times for Nigerian passengers. There's no doubt about it. Help us understand what exactly is going on here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Well,
for me, let the passengers rejoice, let the passengers enjoy, let the Nigerians enjoy the new fare, while the airlines begin to adjust the fares and their profit over the years. It's very difficult to prove that the airlines are colluding because when you look at what technology that you need to present and the burden of proof that you also need to provide to the authorities, you find out that it might be a long shot. But for countries that have the anti-competition bodies, they can begin to look at maybe the computer reservation system, the dates they were changed, or if you can get leaked memos then you can now start pushing charges of collusion, which might lead to heavy fines. But by and large, the price fare war started the moment Airpeace came in and brought down the price. That was how the price was started. And thereafter, coincidentally, like the foreign airline said, the Naira became stable. It was not galloping as it was from from December last year till about March this year. And when it kept going up, when it was able to be stabilized the last 2 or 3 weeks now, and people can now plan with it. So all those would have affected the price. But then, Airpeace is on that route now, and because Airpeace is on that route and it's a direct flight, it will definitely affect the standard fares on the route. Because what had happened before was that we were supposed to have two airlines each. 2 airlines from the UK, 2 airlines from Nigeria. Right? The UK representative is British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. British Airways operated 14 slots. That's 7 into Lagos, 7 into Abuja. While Virgin Atlantic is operating 7 into Lagos, and that's 21. So we're supposed to have two Nigerian airlines operating the same 21 slots to London and Manchester. Manchester has 7 slots. But as of today, we've not been able to, we didn't do that in the last 7 years until when Airpeace started March ending with a 5 weekly flight to London. So with that 5 now, we still have 16 slots unused that can also be used. And once you have those 16 slots used, you can be sure the fares will drop further. Again, if you remember recently, the minister announced that Emirates will be returning to the Nigerian skies. Yes. Sometime in June, July. Now, if Emirates comes back, Emirates, before they shut down, before they pulled out, we're operating 2 flights into Lagos, morning and afternoon, and 1 flight into Abuja. That's another 21 flights a week. And Emirates carries international passengers going beyond Dubai, which also affects fares, because once you have more capacity, fares are affected.
Oh, I see. Now, I mean, you from what we are seeing now, how good is it going to get for the passengers? I mean, how low do you think these prices are going to go? How low can they come? Are we going to, is there a chance that we're going to see prices still come down further? Because even at 1.4 or 1.2, if you ask me, I would say it's still too high. I mean, considering where we're coming from.
Well, I think if you look at that 1.2, that 1.2 to 1.4 is not a bad fare. Because even on the domestic flight, we are having tickets going for about 200 to 300,000 naira for a round trip on the domestic flight, just 1 hour. Now, when we're looking about a flight of about 6 hours, you're going to pay taxes, and the taxes are not in naira. The taxes are, most of those taxes are in dollars. And when you calculate those taxes alone should be close to about maybe 500,000 naira. When you calculate the tax for the two countries, then these airlines are going to pay overflight charges, handling charges, and all other charges to government and other service providers. So even and catering. So I don't think 1.2 to 1.4 is a bad idea. But for now, I can tell you that for those airlines who are not operating directly, airlines such as Qatar, Rwanda Air, Egypt Air Morocco, or those airlines that you need a stop, 1 or 2 stops before you get to England. You have to go to their country. For those airlines, they have gone below that 1.4 or 1.2 margin. But so if you are not in a hurry, you have so much time on your side, then you are not between. You have the choice of taking the cheapest fare or the affordable fares. And the affordable fares are the ones that are on. But the affordable fares are the ones provided by Airpeace at the moment, which is a direct flight. While the cheapest fares are the ones provided by the airlines that are going to a second country.
Now, when you hear...
So they are going to a third country.
So now, when you hear the chairman of Airpeace, for instance, saying that, look, it's like everything is being done to stifle his airline out of that lucrative route, what do you think?
Well, there are two groups that can stifle him out of the group. One is the airlines who are competing with him with his own airline, and also the authorities. When I mean authorities here, I mean the airport authorities and service providers. These service providers can be inside Nigeria, be in Nigeria or already in England. Remember that on their first flight, they had issues of landing and parking in Lagos. When the plane landed and the airport control asked them to go to somewhere farther away from the terminal, and they refused. That they were designated to be on at the 23 terminal at the new terminal. They were supposed to be at the gate C23. And that drama, we wouldn't have known if the man had not come to tell the world that it was being maltreated home and away. So I think it goes just beyond the airline. There's also the maltreatment from the authorities. And this maltreatment, you can call it maltreatment, but it's generally known as aeropolitics. The idea is to frustrate new entrants. The idea is that for those who are used to the ones that are there before and the other perks that come with servicing them would not want to lose such perks. So they would rather be loyal to those foreign airlines than the new Nigerian airline. But the truth is, everywhere in the world, the home carrier has priority in his home country, in his base. So if Airpeace lands at an international airport at any time, it has priority, grandfather rights, what I will call it, to be attended to be given priority attention by the airport authorities before foreign carriers. The only condition that can be waived is if and only if that flight was delayed. They had a delayed departure and did not come on schedule, which might have made them maybe allocate that gate or point to another airline. Then they will have to look for a good alternate for Airpeace to operate. But if Airpeace operates on schedule, the Nigerian carrier, international carrier, must have visibility in an airport here. They must be well positioned, because that's what every other airport authority does for their own airline. They're given visibility, they are protected, and they are supported, and that's what we expect here. It was unfortunate that the Gatwick Airport did not give Airpeace the customary water cannon salute when the inaugural flight landed, which is done all over once a scheduled flight comes to the airport for the first time. That was not done for Airpeace, and that was unfair. They also did not announce on the social media handles that Airpeace was coming, but they announced Swiss Air, who operated after Airpeace, and announced Azerbaijan Air. But by the time Nigerians went on the social media and went for their jugular, they apologized and also later announced Airpeace and asked and even said people should fly Airpeace to Lagos from London. Though belated, but still acceptable.
No doubt. Some subtle ways there to just probably frustrate Airpeace. But
exactly. Another thing I don't want to forget, like the chairman said, the airport authority asked him for about 2 to 3 million naira 2 to 3 million pounds as security deposits. That is weird. That's not known in aviation. Why were they asking for them to deposit £3 million for them to start operation? And they deposit with the airport authorities because they need it for, they call it for security in case there's any damage or there's any liability at any time Airpeace stops flying, and that the money will be used to pay the liability. Are they wishing Airpeace to fail? It's never done. I've never heard of that kind of money. And if they are going to impose £3 million and you hold on to £3 million until when Airpeace stops flying to London. So if Airpeace stops flying in the next 15 years, you're going to hold £3 million with you. And you'll be making profit on it. So if they're going to impose £3 million on Airpeace in Gatwick, then the fund should also impose £3 million on British Airways and Virgin Atlantic in Lagos and Abuja airports.
Of course, that would be the power of reciprocity. Now, let's get down to the nitty gritty. When you look at this, this airfare war, if you like, between Airpeace and especially these airlines now that actually travel direct to London. I'm talking about British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. What advantage would you say they have over Airpeace that would probably make them win the war, if you like?
Well, the most important one they have is the financial strength. The financial strength is there. The backing by the public arm of government, the government itself, of the executive government, is another strong advantage for them. Then they have the history of passengers and the data, which is very important. So they have passengers that have been traveling over a long period of time. Airpeace is just starting. Airpeace would have start gathering its own data, so they already have this data, and they're doing everything to get back to their market, to get their customers back. Because the Nigerians, for the first time in unison, stood behind Airpeace. Nigerians based at home, Nigerians in diaspora, irrespective of the ethnic group, for the first time we felt the bitterness, the harshness of the fare that we're going through with the foreign airlines. And when Airpeace announced, everybody said, look, go and fly Airpeace. And I think that's the only way we can help Airpeace. That's the only way we can prove that we are Nigerians and we're just one nation who believe in our comfort. If all Nigerians put that patriotic zeal, patriotic pain of the past together, irrespective of the fears dropped by Airpeace, we would definitely defeat any orchestration from the foreign airlines.
Onwayo Olumide, the General Secretary, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative now. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on the program, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot. We'll take a short break now, and don't go away because we're still going to continue the conversation on this very subject. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue that conversation now on this airfare war among foreign airlines in the country. Now being joined on the program by Susan Akboraye, who is the President, National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, NANTA. Thank you very much, Susan, for joining us on the program. I want to believe this must be a very good time for those of you in the travel business now. Tell us how this warfare now or the war now in airfare now, how it is benefiting passengers. Are we seeing an increase in the number of passenger traffic as a result of this?
Okay. Yeah, there are reduction in prices of tickets. I really don't know if we have actually entered the airfare price war yet.
Oh,
we are not there yet. And I know there's a lot of things going on the social media. You know, it's crazy, and you don't even know what is true anymore. I see all sort of things flying and all that. I can tell you for sure, I've checked some of these things that are flying everywhere, and they are not true. For instance, I mean, there's a message that says Egypt is now 400 and something thousand, Ethiopia is now 600 and something thousand. I checked on the agency system, I checked on the airline website. There is no fare like that. So I think some group of people actually wants a price war, but we are really not there yet, because most of these prices flying around cannot be verified. It can't be verified. There are some flyers. So even my client sent to me and said, please, can you verify? I said, I'm sorry, airlines do not communicate their prices in this manner. I don't know who these people are, but I would advise you not to pay money to anybody that is not verified. Mind you, there are some scrupulous elements that will also want to take advantage of this. I hope you know. Some people will just come up with some funny website showing you some incredible deals, and when you log in and you pay, and that's it, they've disappeared. So Nigerians has to really be careful. If you ask me, there's no better time to use the services of a travel agency than now, because we have authorized means of checking some of these fares. People can come up with all sort of things. So we are not there yet in terms of a price war.
Generally speaking, our fares coming down, because when you listen to people like the CEO of Airpeace, Alan Onyema, saying that, look, some of these foreign airlines are now bringing down prices so as to price them out of the Lagos-London market, for instance. You heard him. I mean, he actually confirmed it, that some of them are actually bringing down their prices, even some coming down below even his own price as well. So, so generally, are we having prices come down, or are they still, especially for these foreign airlines, are they still at the level they used to be before Airpeace started this whole revolution, if you like?
I decided to clear the first one, to make Nigerians to be aware, not to fall into the hands of fraudsters. Now, coming to what you have said, you see, these airlines, their tickets are priced in dollars. And the rate of exchange of dollars determine what the price comes to in Naira. Oh, yes, Airpeace is right. Dr. Emma is right. The prices have fallen now. I will give you a bit of history. 2 months ago, there was a mandate from the National Assembly to the regulators, which is NCAA, to look into this high fare and what is happening in the industry. So NCA approached us, and we sat down with some other regulators, and we had an intense session with all the airlines. And the mandates given to the regulator for all the airlines were just 2 mandates. 1, release of lower inventory. 2, reduce their fare. That was the mandate to all the airlines from the government. Now, I'll give you a bit of history. You see, tickets are priced in dollars. The dollars itself is not going nowhere, but the rate of exchange is what is appreciated. Let me give you history. Before all the Stratford issues started, when rate of exchange was going between 350 and 400, ticket prices were 400,000, 600,000, depending on the airline. Now, by the time we got into 2023, and the rate of exchange started moving to 600 to 700 to 800, a $1,000 in 2022, when the rate of exchange was 350, how much is a $1,000 ticket? It will be 350,000 naira. Am I correct? Yes. When the rate of exchange now moved to 1,000 naira to a dollar, that same $1,000 ticket will be 1 billion naira. Now, the rate of exchange moved to 1,900 naira to a dollar. The same 1,000 naira USD dollars ticket will now be 1.9 million. Now, the rate has moved from 1,900 to a dollar to 1,200 to a dollar. Now, the 1.9 million naira ticket automatically is now 1.2 million. The rate of exchange has a major, is the major reason behind it. One of the reasons why we had fares going as much as economy as 6-7 million was, one, the trap funds that the airline had made most of them, not all of them, to close up the lower fare. It was only the highest fare that was in the system. That was why it was 6-7 million and the rate was 1,800 at that time. Now, I remember I said that the regulators had a session, an intense session with all the airlines, requesting that they release all their lower fares. Now, the airlines have released all their lower fares. Now we can get fares. When it was 1,800, we could get fares of 2 billion, 1.9, 2.5, as against 7-8 million for economy. Now, the 2.5 million naira ticket at the rate of exchange of 1,800 naira. Now that the 1,800 naira is now 1,200, that 2.5 million naira ticket automatically has dropped to 1-something million. So that already is what is playing out in our industry. So 2 mandates were given to the airlines, like I said, release the lower fares so that we can at least have a bit affordable prices. As against 7 million, we should be able to have like 2.5 million. Then the second one was for them to look into their fares and reduce their fare. This fare hike by all these airlines did not just start now. We've been having that issue in Nigeria for as long as I could remember since I joined the industry. It's been something we've been talking about and it's been falling under deaf ears. But kudos to our minister, Festus Keyamo, that decided to listen to us and decided to look into this airline fares. Remember I said, the government gave the airlines 2 mandates, release lower fares and reduce your fares. Now, the airlines released their lower inventory. So we're able to get lower fares, but not as low as what we are getting now. But the other aspect of them reducing their fares was still pending. They had not actually gone into that yet. It was in the midst of all this that Air Peace came on board and started flying. So the coming of Air Peace gingered them to start reducing the fare. But it was actually part of the plan of what they were asked to do, to release lower inventories and to look into their fares and drop their fares in Nigeria, because we did a comparative analysis. It was an extensive meeting, very intense. We compared prices from various countries, from Europe, from Africa, from West Africa, and it was an established fact that the fares in Nigeria was too high, and they gave them that mandate. As a matter of fact, a committee was set up to begin to look into the high prices of tickets. So when all this was happening was when Air Peace came on board, and Air Peace started flying. The airlines released their lower inventory because they have cleared all their backlog. They tell you that the reason why they released the lower inventory was because the government has cleared all their backlog. I will say, there you go, so release it. They released lower inventory, Air Peace came in, and the second aspect, mandate that was given to them by the regulator was them to look into their prices and reduce their fare. I guess Air Peace coming gingered them, because initially they were a bit reluctant in that second aspect in terms of reducing their fare. But the coming of Air Peace now made all of them to really begin to look into reducing their fares. So aside the rate of exchange, which is major, you agree with me that the fall of the naira gaining strength over the dollar is huge. That alone has brought about a huge difference in the fares. Then the coming of Air Peace too now made them to go further, to further reduce their fares again, which they will tell you is in line with what the federal government told them to do, which is to reduce their fares. So Air Peace coming, yes, definitely. It has its own part to play in terms of the airline reducing the fares. But we cannot take out the fact that the rate of exchange is also major. Now we are talking, the rate of exchange today is 1,200. My brother, so $1,000 ticket is 1.2 million. If the rate of exchange tomorrow goes to 700 naira to a dollar, do you agree with me that $1,000 ticket will be 700,000 naira? I'm sure you agree with me on that. So This one that doesn't have anything to do with the airline reducing fares. It was just the rate of exchange that is driving this massive reduction that we are seeing. Then, of course, the coming of airpeace also added to it, apart from the rate of exchange, which is massive, which is actually the major reason for the drop. Yeah, because from 1,900 to 1,200, that's 500 naira per dollar reduction. So that alone is huge on its own part. Then, of course, the coming of airpeace, like we said, competition drives price down. So airpeace coming created competition.
And finally, now tell me how good is this competition for passengers and for your own business as well?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine because people can now travel for as low as 800,000, 900,000. Because it is some of these airlines have ticket prices less than $1,000. I just used $1,000 as the markup. They have some of their ticket prices at $700. So those $700 ticket prices, with the drop in the rate of exchange, is going to give you prices at 900,000 naira, 1 million naira, which is below what airpeace is selling. So that is that is massive actually. So I mean, I am very aware that some of these airlines have tickets less than $1,000. I just decided to use $1,000 as a benchmark to cite my example, but some of them have tickets less than $1,000. And if that is the case, that means their tickets now will be costing a little below 1 million, and at most 1 million and 1.1 million, between 800,000 to 1.1 million.
This competition is good for your business, is also good for the passengers.
Oh yes, now I get passengers to say, finally, I can now travel. Those that have not been able to travel, I can now travel. But then, what is it aim for airpeace? That is the next question. Airpeace should not be threatened. We are there for airpeace, and we promise to support him, and we will continue to support him. One of the ways we can show support for airpeace is the fact that they should come up with, the government can come up with policies like for any government officials traveling to the destination where airpeace goes to, they must use only airpeace and no other airline. That's one of the ways we can show support. And if that happens, even if their own price is a bit lesser than airpeace now, it's not going to make any difference because the government has put a policy in place to say, you know what, we are patronizing our own. They're talking about made in Nigerian product, and they should also talk about made in Nigeria when it comes to aviation and flights. So if the government can make it a law for government official travel, and that the government is paying for, it must be airpeace, except airpeace does not go to that destination. If the government can put that policy in place, then airpeace will not have any reason to fear. It doesn't matter what this other airline do. And I must say here, actually, deliberately underpricing for the purpose of pushing out your competitor is a crime. It's a crime. So any airline found doing this, there are agencies, there are government agencies that will look into this matter and call them to book. This thing has happened before. So my message to airpeace, please do not fear, do not bother. We have agencies that this is what they are meant to do. If any airline is being investigated and is being proven that they are deliberately underpricing for the purpose of getting rid of airpeace in the market, then such airlines, the law will be used on that airline.
Well, I know that passengers definitely want lower fares. There's no question about it.
Definitely.
But it's interesting. And let's just hope the exchange rate comes down. And
oh yeah, hoping it comes down. If it comes down, you'll be getting prices for 700,000, and airpeace will still be 1.2 million. so
that's true.
We want it to come down, but like I said, at this time, the government has to step in for airpeace. Because for somebody like you will go for the 700,000.
Of course.
Everybody's trying to save on
what would you do?
But the government can mandate every government official to use airpeace. So airpeace at 1.2 million will still not have an issue because every government travels they will use earpiece. So they will not have any reason to be afraid. And of course, we are there to always still preach the message. And as many Nigerians that are willing, we will not demarket earpiece in any way. We will do our best. My advice is let him start looking, let him not worry too much about this price war that is going on. There are government agencies that are looking, and they are beginning to look into the underpricing of the airline if there is, and the law will take its effect. But my advice is let him start looking at service. Let him start looking at add-ons, the different things he can add to his service. For instance, free Wi-Fi on board, irrespective of the class that you're traveling. There is no airline that has that. But if he can come up with that, he's giving more Nigerians reasons to fly airpiece.
You've just given them a tip there, and that's actually priceless. Thank you very much, Susan Okboraye, President Nanta. Thank you very, very much for coming on the show, and thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Well, I'm afraid that's how much we can take on the program this week. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
On the news, Kano Court upholds Ganduje's suspension as APC chairman. Vice President Shettima to declare open Faith Leaders Summit on Nutrition, April 23. Government vows clamp down on traders inflating commodity prices. Thank you for joining us on News Now. I'm Simi Salati. There is more trouble for the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Umar Ganduje, as State High Court issued an ex-parte order affirming his suspension as leader of the party. Justice Usman Malam Naaba, presiding over the court, granted the order in response to an ex-parte motion filed by two executive members of the APC from Ganduje ward, Lamini and Haladu Gwanjo. The motion, filed on behalf of the ward, sought the suspension of the APC chairman, alleging misconduct, breaches of the regulations. The court's ruling dated Ganduje to cease all activities associated with his position as the national chairman of the APC, effectively halting his involvement in the affairs of the National Working Committee. Meanwhile, members of the ward of executives of Ganduje have paid him a solidarity visit at the national headquarters of the party, pledging their support for the national chairman and saying they never at any time suspended him. Reacting to the court order, Ganduje, who addressed newsmen at a press conference, says he believes that what happened so far is mere propaganda.
We have heard your complaint. Your complaint is that you have disassociated yourself from that false claim. And in addition to that, you are appealing to us. We take appropriate legal action and to the rule of law. This is vital. This is a new phenomenon. Indeed. is a new destructive phenomenon which should allow thrive. If a political party and oppose political party just gather people from motor park and claim that they are exactly members of another political party, I think new dimension, this new destruction should be checked by the security agencies and in the judiciary. So we assure you, will not allow those saboteurs, those fake APC politicians to go free like that.
In a bid to promote ease of import and export trade in the country, President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated a committee for a national single window. Tinubu revealed this during the inauguration of the National Steering Committee of the project on Tuesday at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. According to him, the introduction of the National Single Window project is set to enhance integration at both national and regional levels. This report has details. The National Single Window Project is a cross-government initiative that aims to simplify trade processes, unlock economic potential, and position Nigeria as a global trade leader. The project will create a single digital platform that links ports, government agencies, and stakeholders, enabling a seamless and efficient trade ecosystem. The President assures the project will simplify the processes of importation and exportation in the country by eliminating the need to interact with various agencies across multiple locations to secure the required documents, permits, and clearance.
The National Single Window is not just about Nigeria. By linking our system with those of other African nations, we will expedite cargo movement and optimize inter-Africa trade. This initiative is a testament to our commitment to regional integration and our belief in the power of collaboration.
On his part, Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, who is also the head of the steering committee, mentioned that Nigeria could achieve an annual growth rate of over 7% in gross domestic product by implementing the NSW. He added that the initiative would foster collaboration and information sharing among different stakeholders in the import and export sectors.
Delay and inefficiency at our port has been constant burden. It is estimated that a staggering $4 billion USD annually is lost due to this inefficiency. By addressing revenue leakage prevention and facilitating effective trade, we will reclaim these lost resources and channel them towards the betterment of our society.
The implementation of this project will result into improved efficiencies in our import processes by providing real-time data and reducing the lead time to clear goods at the port, which in turn will result in the reduction of congestion at our ports. The single window project will cover both oil and non-oil exports. For oil exports, this project will help to provide real-time tracking, improve data transparency, and reduce the requirement of pre-shipment inspections. The steering committee, inaugurated today by His Excellency, will provide support, oversight, strategic direction, and guidance for the project team, and ensure the effective and timely completion of the project.
The National Single Window Steering Committee, which includes representatives from various government agencies and ministries, has set a target of 24-hour port clearance, significantly faster than the 72 to 48-hour range in neighboring countries. Sirisola Adigun, TV360 News. President Bola Tinubu once again has assured he will improve the socio-economic situation in the country, build sustainable growth, and advance peace and prosperity of the country. The president gave the assurance when he met with leaders of the Pan-Yoruba socio-cultural group Afenifere in Abuja on Wednesday. According to the president, it is necessary to tap the wealth of experience of reputable groups, including the socio-cultural and professional groups.
The case of Kuriga and many other, kidnapped children is evident in the way we rescue them from Sokoto to Katsina to Kaduna and others now more expeditiously than ever before. We are working hard on intelligent gathering and execution of our programs. Those that might thought they can threaten the sovereignty of this country will have themselves to blame. They have a price to pay. And we are not going to relent in that area. We have the solid mirror that has attracted a lot of insecurities, scavenging, and others. Then we have special forces that is facing that now. We will have an effective forest guards that will be, fully in control of our forests in the country.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima will on Tuesday, April 23, declare open the Summit of Faith Leaders on Nutrition in Nigeria. The one-day summit, billed to hold at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa Abuja, is being organized by the Office of the Vice President in collaboration with the National Council on Nutrition and the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria project. The high-level dialogue with the theme Faith Leaders as Catalyst for Enhanced Human Capital through Nutrition aims to define sustainable pathways for improving maternal, infant and young child nutrition practices in Nigeria. The Center for Citizens with Disabilities, CCD, has called for an enabling environment for persons with disabilities in the society to help them get easier access to justice. The group, while making the call during a one-day training for justice service providers in Lagos, advocated a more inclusive, equitable and accessible justice system for PWDs in Lagos State. Our correspondent, Comfort Samuel, has more on the story.
Persons with disabilities face significant challenges in accessing justice, including criminal proceedings and the determination of civil rights and obligations. These obstacles include denial of their legal standing and due process guarantees and the inaccessibility of the physical and communication environment during proceedings. The Center for Citizens with Disabilities organized this forum to address some of the challenges. It's a training session for judicial service providers in Lagos to enlighten them on some of the challenges faced by persons with disabilities in their quest to use the legal system and how to address them. The group asked that particular attention be paid to the protection of persons with disabilities in facilities, which should be regularly monitored by national preventive mechanisms and human rights institutions to initiate inquiries and investigations into exploitation, violence, or abuse.
To know that the objective of this project is to bring to our understanding the provisions cutting across the states and at the national level, being the Lagos State Special People's Law and the National Disability Act, the provisions that are centered on enhancing access to justice.
We want to just sensitize them on what barriers persons with disabilities are facing in accessing justice. And with this sensitization, it will help them to be able to offer solutions when it comes to access to justice for persons with disabilities. With this sensitization program, they'll be able to understand the barrier they face and how they can help them in enhancing access to justice.
Either the courts or the office of the public defender or any of the places around is a very, very big challenge. Person with albinism, for instance, even to do the documentation, when the system offers you tiny prints, for somebody with low vision, that is a major, major problem. And this, all these factors are not put into place for persons with disability.
On her part, the Assistant Director of the Office of the Public Defender, OPD, informed the gathering that the OPD office is open for the vulnerable to help them get justice, noting that the office believes in fighting for the vulnerable. Other speakers at the session say if the right policies are put in place, it will help people with special needs get the justice they deserve.
It's part of our core mandate, actually, not just for the training. It's our core mandate to assess people with disability. We do rescue missions, we save them. They are vulnerables. And my office is we are in forefront, we are the front burner of indigents and vulnerable.
It's a policy thing. It's not, my idea, why I say it's policy is because they are not put in place to design their own laws, their own ways of needs or ways of doing things for themselves. I mean, the person who wears the shoe knows where he or she feels the pain.
The CCD appealed to the president to uphold his commitment to fairness, equity and justice for all Nigerians, including persons with disabilities, as the mandates remain leave no one behind. Comfort Samuel, TV360 News, Lagos.
Amid the ongoing flight ticket war between Air Peace and foreign airlines in the country, the National Civil Society Council of Nigeria has urged President Bola Tinubu to issue an executive order requiring government officials to fly Air Peace for international travel. Representing more than 500 civil groups and NGOs, the executive director of NCSCN, Blessing Akinlosotu, urged the federal government and Nigerians to support Air Peace and other indigenous airlines. The group called for measures such as tax waivers, executive orders mandating government officials to fly Nigerian brands, and streamlining bureaucratic processes to favor local carriers.
The foreign airlines are now into dangerous battle for market share that is capable of throwing smaller operators out of business, while negatively affecting their profit margin. All these are aimed particularly at jeopardizing the existence of Air Peace and other smaller indigenous operators considering venturing into that route. Many airlines are today forced to lure passengers to book for economy class seats on the Lagos-London route with 907,782 naira fare as against the up to 4 million for the economy they charged before now. British Airways have been forced to slash its fare on the Abuja-London Heathrow to 1,394,536 naira as against the over 3 million it was formerly charging. The federal government and all well-meaning Nigeria must rise up to save our most patriotic and progressive indigenous operator, Air Peace, and other well-meaning indigenous airlines from these international aeropolitics and pricing warfare by foreign airlines who are seriously threatened by the rising profile and business strategy of the Nigerian operator with impressive global record of flight operation between Nigeria and other countries.
We'll take a break here, but coming up, Golden Eaglets coach Manu Garba invites 51 players to camp ahead of the 2024 WAFU B Under-17 tournament. Stay with us for details. We'll return shortly. Welcome back. Here's a recap of our top stories. There is more trouble for the national chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress, Umar Ganduje, as the Kano State High Court has issued an ex-parte order affirming his suspension as leader of the party. Justice Usman Malam Naaba, presiding over the court, granted the order in response to an ex parte motion filed by 2 executive members of the APC from the Ganduje ward, Laminu Sani and Haladu Gwanjo. Reacting to the court order, Ganduje, who addressed these men at a press conference, described his suspension as mere propaganda. We also told you that Vice President Kashim Shettima will on Tuesday, April 23, declare open the Summit of Faith Leaders on Nutrition in Nigeria. The high-level dialogue with the theme Faith Leaders as Catalysts for Enhanced Human Capital Through Nutrition aims to define sustainable pathways for improving maternal, infant and young child nutrition practices in Nigeria. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store on Facebook or at TV360 online. Well, let's join Okwayemi Owosheni for latest happenings in the world of business. Over to you, Okwayemi.
And welcome to Business News. The federal government says Nigeria stands to benefit about $2.7 billion annually by implementing the Single Window Project. Briefing State House correspondents after a meeting with President Bola Tinubu on Monday, Managing Director of the Nigerian Port Authority, Bello Koko, disclosed the new Digital Trade Compliance Initiative would expedite cargo movement and optimize inter-African trade. Koko said key shipment details such as type, year of manufacture, Form M, and cargo weight, among others, will be unified for seamless sharing across government agencies.
It will also reduce the number or the amount of forms that importers, exporters, and stakeholders need to fill up. Currently, probably in a transaction, there are between 40 or so forms that you need to fill for various government agencies. So this is a platform that will enable you fill a few forms, reduce those forms to minimal possible numbers. And then, like you said, the payment system is easy. You make a payment and then it is disbursed to various beneficiaries of those payments. This is to improve ease of doing business, actually. For clearance, the target is actually 24 hours. Of course, we know what is obtainable in neighboring countries is 72 to 48, but the target is actually 24 hours. As for the number of forms, if you are filling 20, 30, 40 printed forms, and now digitally you are filling a form that has 2, 3, 4 pages, you can see what we are working towards. It's just, so let me give an example. You fill a form that has information that probably customs, you are bringing a product. What customs is interested in is the type, the year of manufacture, and so on and so forth. But they also need the MF number, the Form M number, and what have you. Nigerian Port Authority is interested in the weight of the cargo. But you are filling different forms with the MF number that both of us also need. So we are trying to unify this information in such a way that you fill as little as possible, and all related government agencies that need information to, that are in the value chain of import or export processing should be able to pick the information they need from there.
Still on business, the federal government has vowed to take stringent regulatory measures against traders unfairly inflating prices of goods and commodities. The government treats agency, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, expressed worry that despite the recent appreciation of the naira against the dollar, consumers continue to face escalating costs without a corresponding decrease in prices of goods and commodities. The commission said its operatives have been directed to intensify monitoring of both formal and informal markets, where businesses may be taking advantage of market conditions to unfairly inflate prices and ramp up enforcement activities. We'll go on a break now and be back with Stock Market Report. Nigeria's equities market recorded its first week of the win on Wednesday, April 17th, increasing slightly by 0.1%, with the market cap at 56.51 trillion naira. Now, Ikeja Hotel led the gainers with a 10% share price appreciation, closing at 7 naira 26 kobo per share, followed closely by Fidelity Bank, which closed at 8 naira 90 kobo per share. Now, at the end of today's trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 322 million volumes of shares were exchanged in 9,074 deals, corresponding to a market value of over 5 billion. Now, compared to the previous NGX trading day, despite the win recorded today, today's data shows 20% decline in turnover, 31% decline in volume, and 11% decline in deals. Well, let's take a switch to our select global stocks to see how they are doing today. Well, U.S. stocks on Wednesday reversed earlier gains as crude prices drop and investors weighed cautions on U.S. Federal Reserve commentary and ongoing geopolitical strife against mixed quarterly earnings. Well, this aided U.S. Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei southward movement as they ended in the bears, with the U.S. Dow Jones at 0.34% and Japan's Nikkei at 0.74%. Reverse is the case, however, for the UK FTSE as it maintained a northward progression and ended in the bulls at 0.35%. Well, that's it on both business and stock market reports. Back to Isimisala for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Okoyemi. On the foreign scene, a European Court of Justice has ruled that the name of late Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar cannot be registered as an EU trademark after his brother tried to lay a claim. On Wednesday, the EU General Court in Luxembourg ruled that the name is associated with drug trafficking and narco-terrorism and with the crimes and suffering resulting from them and should not be given protection under intellectual property laws. The court upheld the decision of the EU's Intellectual Property Office that refused the trademark application by Escobar Incorporated, which was founded in Puerto Rico by Pablo Escobar's brother, Roberto de Jesus Escobar Gaviria, who spent 12 years in prison for his role in his brother's criminal organization. Still on foreign scene, hundreds of Myanmar troops have abandoned their posts and crossed to Bangladesh in February amid intensifying clashes between the junta and an ethnic minority army. Bangladeshi border agency officials revealed this on Wednesday. Fighting between Myanmar's military-controlled government forces and insurgents in Rakhine and Chin states began in late October 2023 with a multi-pronged offensive against the junta, which took over the country in early 2021. Since then, the ethnic Rakhine army has been locked in fierce battles against the Myanmar armed forces and border police in the two states bordering Bangladesh. And on sports, barely 1 month to the 2024 WAFU Under-17 tournament in Ghana, the Golden Eaglets coach Amanu Garba has disclosed he has invited 51 players to camp ahead of the tournament, which will be played from May 15 to 29 in Accra, Ghana. The coach hinted that the team's camp would open on Wednesday for the WAFU tournament, which serves as qualifiers for next year's Under-17 AFCON. Garba, who was appointed by the Nigeria Football Federation as the substantive coach of the team last Friday, had previously led the team to Nigeria's fourth Under-17 World Cup triumph in the United Arab Emirates in 2013. Still on sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, is set to scrap its second-tier club competition, the Confederation Cup, according to reports. CAF introduced the new competition, the African Football League, last year. The African Football League, which started with 8 teams, will now be expanded to include more teams. The CAF Champions League will take the place of the CAF Confederation Cup as Africa's second-tier club competition, and the winner of the Africa Football League will now be representing the continent in the FIFA Club World Cup. Well, that's all on News Now. Many thanks for watching. See you next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
What's up, people? Welcome to another exciting episode on 360 Vibes, your one-stop shop for everything and anything you can think in the world of entertainment, music, comedy, fashion, and of course, we're here to give you all the gist in the world of entertainment. My name still remains Fit SJ, and it's an exciting episode today. Guys, just sit back, relax. Lots of juicy stories we have for you today. All right, we'll quickly go on a short break, but when we return, guys, I have many things I want to say to you today. Yes, a lot of things we want to say to you. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back, people. So guys, you know I'm not here alone. Of course, I cannot be on the show alone. I'm here with my pretty girl, Queen. Hello, Queenie.
Hello guys, welcome back to the show. It's a girl, Queen Alex Reina.
All right, people, guys, I have an amazing person here today on the show. Now, this person has really done a lot of amazing things in the industry. Yes, the Nollywood industry precisely, and he has anchored lots of movies. He has featured in lots of kids, and this person has really affected lots of life with his movie plays too. And he started acting in 1973. Yes, and he's also a director. And he's also an actor. Now, guys, it's none other than Chukwuka here with me in the studio.
Thank you guys. I'm honored to be a part of this.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Yes, sir.
So, well, basically, you've been in the whole world of entertainment, like Nollywood. You've been acting and everything, and it says you've been acting for a long time. So can you tell us, like, your experience, how we describe your journey so far? Over more than 30 years you've been acting.
Yeah.
So
32 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how long, like, how will you describe your journey to us?
It's when I say 32 years, it's 32 years I've been earning money from acting.
Wow.
That's why I said, you know, the journey starts when you start earning money.
Yes.
Everything you have done is nothing until you start making money off it. So the 1973 thing was, you know, Archbishop Olubunmi Okoje was just appointed the bishop, the Catholic Bishop of Lagos.
Okay, sir. And
was visiting the parishes under his this thing. So I was a member of SS Mulumba and Davidson Lawanson.
Okay.
You know, so we had a skit for him. I've forgotten it. It's from the Bible, but I remember before
the show
before
ends.
the show
Yeah.
ends.
Okay.
So I played one of the thugs. They were supposed to waylay this guy and beat him up. Then you know, so. But unfortunately, after all the rehearsals, I took ill on the day of the performance.
Oh. Wow.
I took ill on the day of the performance, and after the performance, the bishop actually came to my house to see me.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, those were days that you see men who were men of God because they were humble. They were, you know, what's his business if he doesn't see one person? But to him, it is one of his sheep.
Okay.
So the fact that it's not there, it behoves him to go seek him out, like Jesus said in the parable. You know, if you have 99 and one is missing, you abandon the 99 to
go look for the one.
Those were the days when men of God were men of God.
True.
You know, so it was a great experience, and that was where it started.
Okay.
That's it.
Wow.
So
for the upcoming actors,
actors and actresses,
so what will be your advice to them? Because you know, going through this journey, it's from the early stage, it's actually a lot.
Oh yeah.
Actually a lot.
Believe me, our industry was the height of discipline.
Then
you know, when we
were just
you know, let me give you a classical example. When we say call time is not when you come. Call time is when you start work.
Okay.
But majorly today, call time means when you come.
Yeah.
You know, my directors will tell you, the fact that they open the bank 8 a.m. does it mean that the workers come 8 a.m.?
No.
You understand?
Yes.
So the workers would have been there to open the doors to customers by 8 a.m.
Yeah.
That was the true example of what call time actually meant. You know, so call time is not when you come. Your call time is when you start to perform. So, but that has changed today to meaning, which means it has taken a lot of discipline off our industry. And I look at them today, it's like being an actor is an excuse to be rude. Being an actor, being an actor and actress is an excuse to be reckless without facing the consequences of their actions. They take actions without looking at the consequences. Yeah, but you know, when we were acting, every man knew his position. You understand? You had those that were ahead of you that you idolize and respect and all of that. But today, somebody has done just 2 films.
Yeah, and he's ready.
And it's like up and coming has become the title. You know, those things I just mentioned are the basic differences between our era and
the
present crop of actors.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes,
we see ourselves also as messengers. We see ourselves as instruments of pass message. You understand?
Exactly.
But these ones today don't see themselves as instruments. They see themselves as instruments of making money and aligning with politicians and bankers, and you understand.
Yes.
We were the people these people sought after. But today they are the ones seeking after. So there has been a shift, a paradigm shift, and it makes it impossible to begin to compare the eras. You understand?
Yes,
we still do that. You will find in my generation disciplined people who can hold a home when they are married, even when as actors. A good example, look at Olu Jacobs and Joke Jacobs. You understand? Look at Greg Odutayo and his wife, Debbie. You understand? Look at, we have lists of those, but today it's more glamorous for an actress to announce divorce than to marry.
You
understand?
Competition is high out there.
No, it's not just that. That is part of the discipline I'm talking about. It's not just discipline as in because it's a job. It's because you know in yourself that people are watching me and they are fashioning their lives after me. When a young person divorces these days, he looks back and say, at least, this is and so, who is on social, so why is my own different? You understand?
True.
And it also reduces the pain threshold. When we were working, okay, let me give an example. I shot a scene not too far ago, 2007.
Okay.
That's not too far ago for me, right? We shot a scene in 2007, not too far ago. There were no LED lights like this.
Yeah.
We had redheads and all that.
Okay.
And these are tungsten lights. They are very hot. Now, we were shooting day for night in a mud house.
Wow.
So they had to block every source of light into the house.
Wow.
And we had redheads in a mud house.
Wow.
So at some point it felt like a bakery.
Wow.
But you had to do that job.
At that point.
You had to do it. I can't imagine today's actors or actresses going through that.
Yeah.
They will blow for you. You know, and so I've come to a realization that today's actors are more of models. Because an actor will act despite. As long as he has been engaged to act. And these are what it takes to achieve that thing. He will subject himself to that process. So that's why I say an actor will act despite. But a model will not act because of. Will not there's no fan here. I can't act. It's too hot. How can I be using? How can I use kind of body cream and you know? You understand?
Yes.
And these that I've mentioned are the basic differences between our era
and now
and what is happening.
Now. Sure.
And you know, I'd rather look at today's actors and look at them in the face and say, you either want to be an actor or you don't want to be. So you better learn to act despite and push away that not acting because of. Because all things will not be equal.
Okay.
We are sister.
Okay.
So
Alright. So well, we've come across a lot of deaths recently concerning great actors, legends that have been in the industry like you have, and they just pass away, like Mr. Ibo, Mr. Amache, and a lot of them. And there was Junior Pop June. So what do you have to say concerning this? This in general.
We will break the trend into two.
Okay.
Junior Pope was an accident.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
And Ibu and all the rest, and Baba Suwe, Amici, and all that.
Health
failures. Let's address the accidents first.
Yes, okay.
You see, the industry is for all comers. There are no standards. There are no standards. And it is not peculiar with the acting industry. No. It is just that there are no standards in Nigeria. Or there are standards, but they do not enforce these standards. You see, it could be that there are no standards, or there are standards, but they do not enforce these standards. Let me give you a classical example. Are there standards of the size of a room in Nigeria?
No.
That's the point.
They just choose whatever.
You understand? If you are looking for a house, that's why you know. What the hello? Is this a room? You know, they will tell you this is. Go and meet agents. Tell them you are looking for a house. Then they will show you different kind of rooms. Then you'll be wondering, so where is the standard? And because of the ensemble of actors, you can't but have safety measures. You understand? But in Asaba, they can do it anyhow and nobody will. Yeah, Junior Pope is popular. Yes, but not as popular as Uzwarukwe. You understand? Yes, Junior Pope is popular, but not as popular as Shafi Bello. Junior Pope is popular, but not like Effiong. You understand? So when you have this ensemble, myself included, Gideon Okeke was on set, you know, so you don't have a choice but provide the most basic of safety measures.
For everyone.
Life jackets, this, that. Okay, me, I can swim, so I'm not afraid of whatever happens on the boat. But what about those who are as heavy as rock? Boom, they just go under. We will not say because they cannot swim, then we leave them to their fate. There must be a basic thing that holds everybody equally. Okay, but that is not enforced in smaller productions like that caused the death of 5 people in Asaba.
Yes.
You understand? Yes. So if you have a production that involves some measure of risks, every production has some measure of risks, as simple as this. Somebody can trip and hit his head here, or step on a naked cable. You get, so there must be some measure of protection for these people. Okay, what about insurance? How many of us care whether our production houses have taken out insurance on us? That should we get injured or in extreme cases die? What does people who depend on us live off of?
True.
They don't talk about that. You understand? So that talks about the accident deaths. They are avoidable by enforcing safety measures. But what about these other sets that fall sick and all that, they come to social media? It is simple. When Baba Suwe died, I was on set with Dele Odule.
Okay.
And
you heard the news?
Yeah, we were on set when we heard the news. I was on set with Dele Odule, Jide Kosoko, Aino Gold and all that. We're shooting a project in J4. So when the news came to us, the fans came. Why do we let our veterans die and things like that? Why? I wanted to respond, but Dele Odule told me, well, let me answer this question. And I wouldn't have answered it like he answered it. He said, okay, that when you are an actor, they didn't just born you and you became a star.
Yes.
You must have gone through a process. You have a family. How did you relate with members of your family when you became a celebrity? How did you relate with your friends, primary school and secondary school, when you became a celebrity? How did you relate to your church members or mosque members when you became a celebrity? You understand? So when you have issues, these are the first lines of defense before it comes to the press. If it comes to the press directly, which means there is a problem basically with your relationship and those people around you.
True.
You understand? Now, talking about those who broke down and all that, we lack discipline as actors. Very few of us will see things and walk away and say, no, I'm not interested and all that. Anything I can afford, I don't fight for it.
Okay.
Even if I can't afford it, there's this level of discipline that says, let it go, and you walk away. But you see people drink bottles and bottles and bottles of alcohol and all that, and they even brag about the brand, how exotic it is, how this.
Different types.
And they draw bills close to 4 million naira just drinking.
Wow.
I am from the ghetto. I live in Lawanson. I was born in Lawanson. So whenever I get to Lawanson and the boys are saying, let's drink beer, I will tell them, I won't give you beer and contribute money for your diabetes. So you better choose one now.
Yes.
So because when you come down with sickness, you are, that guy is me. Whereas you are the one, me, that I'm paying for the drink. I'll drink 1 or 2 bottles. Yes. You'll see people with 7 bottles. It doesn't cost me anything to pay. It is just that it's the body that you are punishing.
Yes.
And in less than, as you grow older, you don't know where your immune system comes. It doesn't warn. It doesn't warn you. It doesn't give you a warning. Even if when it does warning, you will not relate it to that issue until it just
breaks you down.
That is what we have in the industry now.
Wow.
The wave of sicknesses and failing health and all that.
Wow.
Yes, I am not saying those are restricted to what I said. We live in a wicked world. That's what they will conclude to.
Yes.
That one is also a factor that you under the carpet.
Okay, all right, people. We quickly go on a short break. We still have lots of juicy stories for you. But when we return, we'll go. Stay tuned and don't anywhere. Alright people, welcome back. We still have Mr. Jude Chukwuka here in the studio. Alright, Queen.
So, Mr. Jude, there's something trying concerning the cyberbullying. So most celebrities like you and most influencers and actors face cyberbullying from fans. I'm talking about maybe there's a case of Sharon Ojel that just got engaged and people are dragging her. So how do you face the fans and with your personal life? How do you handle cyberbullying? Maybe people checking your roles in movies, ask how you are. Like in the case of Mama G, no one can literally say Mama G is a nice person because she acts like wicked roles in like movies. So people already have that picture of her being evil,
being wicked.
Also, Kanoyo, they call him the Lord of Sacrifice too.
Exactly.
So like all those characters you get to play or act in movies. So how do you tend to manage that apart from your real life and how people see you?
One thing is sure, I don't care how people see me.
See, okay.
One thing is certain, I don't live my life for the fans. I live my life for me. If it is good by me, I'll do it.
Okay.
If it is by me, yeah. Some people say, I play too much Babalawo. Wait, if I don't play Babalawo, how will family feel?
Yes.
You play native doctor, you do this. I say, okay, if I don't play it, somebody else would have played it. So why not me?
Yes.
Okay? So usually and that's a fact. That's the truest thing I'm saying here. I don't live my life for the fans.
Very cool, yeah.
I just give you a gist when we're having, when we're shooting Castle and Castle.
Yes,
Season 1.
Yeah.
When we're shooting Castle, yeah, Urban Life had everything sorted. Our lunch was going,
Yes,
this one.
that was not what you wanted.
I told them, I don't eat this. Can you get me fufu and this is with mbriafano, that is intestine and all that. That's why I eat. And the rest, actors were laughing. I said, I don't eat this in my house, so why would I pretend to enjoy it here? And because Urban Life had prepared it, it was difficult for them to switch. So usually I swap my food with crew members. You understand? They eat, we are celebrities, they prepare gourmet meals and all that.
Luxury.
But for the remaining extras and crew, they have this different thing.
Dish.
And I'd rather take that
than take.
Yeah, so I trade with the crew. Anybody who can buy 5 extra meat and a bottle of Pepsi will get my...
Yes.
Baba, I don't buy them. And it was a very comfortable thing for me. I don't live my life for people. I live my life for me. And as long and as far I've seen it, I've been considerate, I've been fair, but I've been selfish in some areas where it has to be me and me alone.
Okay.
So when you try to intimidate me in on the internet, I won't answer you. I won't.
Yeah.
So what's my business? It is you that live your life for the fans that will be saying, they say my hair is too. Somebody say, Jude, you don't comb your hair. Why? I say, that's the brand. Abi?
Yeah.
And he kept quiet. He said, you don't go. I say, it's the brand. And I tell you the truth, I kid you not. People are getting used to this look now and are appreciating it for what it is.
More.
And I'll say this again. Sorry. When we were shooting Castle and Castle, before they did the captain makeup and all that and reduced the beard, Richard, RMD, told me, Jude, I can't look like you to save Nigeria. And I told him, people that are trying to look like you are still behind you. Here I am, the way I am, we are acting on the same set. People who want to find, look, speak and span like are still back in the queue. They still connect me to connect them to you. So if I had wanted to look like you, I will still be on the queue. You understand? And I've seen a lot of young guys who will tell me, Baba, your look inspires. I love the way you carry yourself with your beard. It's one told me I'm wearing this beard because of you. And I said, hey, bro, one positive influence. So I got it.
Funny enough, that's just the only one you know.
Yes, then imagine who are saying, if this Baba can look like this, yes, I enjoy look. Yeah.
So there's like I said, there's this movie that has got minds that's actually been everywhere. That's the origin of Lady Koi Koi.
Yeah,
well, growing up, I've always heard of Lady Koi Koi, Lady Koi Koi. I know that there in boarding schools we always have a story of Lady Koi Koi. Well, there's a lady that wears heels and everything. But when I started watching the movie and I saw the character you played, the role you played was really, really important and got my interest. I was like, wow, this is real? Is there like something about this? Like, what do you feel about the story? Do you think it's real?
I give all the credit to Jay Franklin. He wrote and produced it and directed it.
Wow.
He's a wonderful storyteller. Wow. The story that we have heard and are tired of.
Yes.
He turned it into something that is compelling to watch. He's a genius, Jay Franklin.
That's good, actually.
He's good. My role is to give some bit of reality to this myth, Lady Koi Koi. You know, Lady Koi Koi is a myth.
He believed in it.
Yes, but my role was to tie the myth to reality. True. Which means my father was there when the thing started.
Yes. And you knew someone.
I knew who was part of the project too. You understand?
You had to go meet him.
That is the power of retelling stories or telling stories. You know, whichever way. The story, the myth has always been there. But he retold it with this character, which is me, to anchor it in reality.
Sure.
Though people see it as a story up there, but this guy's father saw Lady Koi Koi and he was there too.
Yeah, he also.
So that was the strength of storytelling, and that is one role I enjoyed playing.
So it was a very beautiful.
Yes,
I enjoyed it.
Yes.
Like whenever I get to your part, I'm like, I can't believe we have to see.
My children. You know, we watched Lady Koi Koi together as a family, and they're like, Dad. No, this is not story. You're a herbalist from the beginning. You know, watching as a family, and everybody was having a drink, and I was listening to their side comments. Those ones were not bold enough to share with me.
Oh wow, you know, it's been an amazing time here with Mr. Jude Chukwuka. I really, you know, ending this show, it's actually making me feel bad.
I want to go.
Yeah, we really have a lot we still want to talk about, but it's unfortunate, guys. We just need to go. Yes, we have to go. Mr. Jude, we want to say a very big thank you.
I am honored.
Thank you for honoring us and coming to our show. We are so grateful. All right, people, this is all we can take on today's show. See you on the next episode. Bye.
Bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Ogechukwu Okekwe. Then Bola Tinubu approved the establishment of National Health Fellows Program in a bid to transform primary healthcare infrastructure and elevate healthcare accessible and quality across Nigeria. This initiative aims to deploy young Nigerians fellows across all 774 local government areas in the country. These highly trained fellows will act as a trustee agent tasked with monitoring and evaluating the development and performance of primary health care centers. Their oversight will ensure that every financial investment in these centers yields tangible improvements in healthcare delivery. The federal government is set to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority to facilitate the acquisition and maintenance of state-of-the-art radiotherapy equipment in cancer centers across the country. This initiative was disclosed by Director General of the National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, Usman Aliyu, during the City Center Challenge Initiative stakeholder mapping the engagement workshop held in Abuja. Aliyu highlighted the significance of the partnership, emphasizing the need to replicate the success of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Lagos University Teaching Hospital Cancer Center in other regions. This move aligns with President Bola Tinubu's directive to upgrade the 6 cancer centers located in the country's 6 geopolitical zones, underscoring the government's commitment to enforcing the cancer treatment facilities. Nigerian robotic and embodied system engineer Kemisola Bolarinwa has invented a smart bra capable of diagnosing early stages breast cancer before symptoms develop. Bolarinwa made this intervention known to the world in February 2022 by designing the prototype of the smart bra. It was spurred by the death of her loved one in 2017. She said before the death of her auntie, she rarely paid any attention to breast cancer. This was because it was just something she heard on the TV or radio. Bolarinwa is the founder and chief executive officer of Nextwear Technology, the first wearable technology startup in Nigeria. She said she was moved to invent the smart bra after a frequent visit to the hospital where her auntie was before she died. According to her, seeing other women battling breast cancer was painful. She then intensified efforts on the invention. Olarinwa added that she spent a year and a half of intensive research before the smart bra came up in 2019. After years of research and developing a prototype, she revealed there is still a lot of work before the breast cancer bra can be commercialized. We'll take a break here and the program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes.